Let's take a deep breath, relax, and slowly explore the story of sugar. Somewhere in the mountains of eastern Spain, roughly 10,000 years ago, a figure climbed a cliff face. We know this because someone, perhaps the climber themselves, painted the scene on the rock wall of a shallow cave. The painting, preserved for thousands of years in the dry air of a place near Valencia, shows a person clinging to a rope, reaching into a hole in the rock while bees swarm all around. In one hand, the figure holds a basket. The prize was honey, and the risk of that climb, the stings, the height, the grip on the rock, tells us something rather important about the human relationship with sweetness. It was worth all of that trouble, all of that danger, all of that effort. For tens of thousands of years before anyone ever tasted a crystal of sugar, the desire for sweetness drove people to do remarkable things. They scaled cliffs and raided wild hives. They tapped the sap of trees in the cold weeks of early spring. They pressed the sticky fruit of palms into thick, dark syrups. They kept gentle, stingless bees in hollowed-out logs and gathered their thin, sweet honey with great care. The world before sugar was not a world without sweetness, but it was a world where sweetness was rare, tied to the seasons, sometimes dangerous to get, and deeply precious because of all those things. In ancient Egypt, bees held a special place of honor. Carvings dating to roughly 2,600 years before the Common Era show the organized keeping of bees in small clay tubes, making Egypt one of the earliest places where people raised bees on purpose. Honey was far more than food in Egyptian life. It was used in offerings to the gods, as a way to preserve the dead, as a dressing for wounds, and as a sweetener in bread, cakes, and fermented drinks. The bee was so important that it became one of the symbols of Lower Egypt, and the title given to the rulers of the unified kingdom included a reference to the bee itself. Can you imagine what it must have been like to taste honey in that world? In a time without any other concentrated sweetness, a spoonful of honey must have seemed like something close to divine. And that is precisely how people treated it. Honey was sacred. In the land between the two great rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, the people of ancient Mesopotamia developed their own traditions of sweetness, centered on two main sources, honey and dates. Date palms had been cultivated in the region since at least 5,000 years before the Common Era, and the thick, dark syrup pressed from their fruit was the everyday sweetener for most people living there. One famous ancient text from around 1800 years before the Common Era, a hymn to the goddess of beer, contains what is really a recipe for brewing, and it describes adding honey and dates to the mixture, using their natural sugars both for flavor and for the process of turning grain into drink. The people of Mesopotamia also made a kind of sweetened cake, a preparation that combined dates, nuts, and sometimes honey into something that feels surprisingly familiar. If you were to taste it today, you would recognize it, because confections very much like it are still enjoyed across the Middle East. In the Indian region, the world of sweetness was more varied than almost anywhere else on the planet. Wild honey was gathered from forest hives, and a whole range of sugars produced by tapping the sap of different types of palm trees provided sweetness in places where sugarcane had not yet become common. The practice of tapping palm trees for their sweet sap was a skill that took real knowledge, an understanding of the trees and the rhythm of the seasons. The resulting palm sugar, a dark, rich substance known by many names, remains a staple sweetener in these parts of the world to this day. You can still find it in markets across southern India and Southeast Asia, sold in thick, round blocks that smell faintly of caramel and earth. Across the wide Pacific Ocean, the peoples of the islands relied on the natural sweetness of tropical fruits, especially coconut, breadfruit, and a fruit called pandanus. Coconut water and the sweet sap drawn from the coconut palm provided a refreshing source of sugar in those warm, humid climates. In the Hawaiian Islands, both sweet potatoes and sugarcane itself were grown, but the cane was simply chewed raw for its juice, not turned into crystals. This was an older way of enjoying the plant, one that went back thousands of years, and in the Americas, entirely different sweetener traditions had grown up in complete isolation from the rest of the world. Every spring, when warming days and freezing nights caused the sap to rise in the sugar maple forests of northeastern North America, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, and other nations of the Great Lakes region set to work. They made cuts in the tree trunks or drilled small holes and inserted wooden tubes from which the clear sap dripped into containers made of birch bark. The way they turned this sap into syrup and sugar took real cleverness. Without metal pots, they boiled away the water by dropping heated rocks into the sap containers, which were made from hollowed logs, birch bark, or clay. Through patient, repeated heating, the sap was reduced first to syrup and then to a granulated sugar that could be stored for months. This maple sugar was a vital source of energy used to preserve meats, sweeten medicines, and as an all-purpose seasoning. It is a quiet reminder that the story of sugar is not one story at all, but many, playing out in different ways across different lands. Far to the south, in Central America, the Maya people developed an especially close relationship with a kind of small, stingless bee. Unlike the honeybees we know today, these gentle creatures produced a thinner, more fragrant honey with a slightly tart taste. The Maya kept them in special log nests and harvested their honey not only as a sweetener, but also as a treatment for wounds and as the base for a fermented drink used in religious ceremonies. Honey was so important to Maya life that beekeeping practices and bee stories were written into their surviving manuscripts, a quiet reminder of just how precious sweetness was. The Maya and the Aztec peoples also sweetened their bitter cacao drinks with honey and with the sweet sap of a large desert plant. Traces found inside ancient ceramic cups reveal recipes for different kinds of cacao drinks, some with honey, some with chili, some with spice, showing a thoughtful and varied approach to flavoring that had nothing to do with the sugar we know. When the Spanish arrived centuries later, sugarcane was completely new to these civilizations, and its arrival would eventually push honey aside from the central place it had always held. In East Africa, wild honey gathered from forest hives was a treasured resource used in cooking, in medicine, and in the making of a honey wine that remains a beloved drink in Ethiopia to this day. The honey-gathering traditions of certain peoples in this part of the world represent some of the oldest continuous food-collecting practices on the planet, echoing those cliffside paintings from thousands of years earlier. And in the cooler lands of Europe, before sugar arrived from the east, honey was truly the only available sweetener. The Celts, the Germanic peoples, and the Norse all kept bees and valued honey as food and as the basis for mead, a fermented honey drink with deep cultural meaning. Medieval monasteries kept careful records of honey production, and early European cookbooks list honey as the go-to sweetener for sauces, pastries, and preserved fruits. What all these ancient sweeteners shared was a basic limitation. They were hard to produce in large amounts. They were tied to particular seasons and particular places. Honey changed in flavor and color depending on local flowers and weather. Date syrup needed date palms. Maple sugar was available only in a narrow strip of North America during a few short weeks each spring. These limits meant that sweetness was a relatively scarce thing in the human diet, something special, something saved for celebrations rather than used every day. And this scarcity gave sweetness a kind of magic. In every ancient culture, sweetness was linked to the divine, to healing, to love, to celebration. Honey was offered to the gods in Egypt, in Mesopotamia, in Greece, and in India. Sweet foods marked festivals, weddings, and the turning of the seasons. The connection between sweetness and all things good, a connection that still lives in every language on earth, was shaped during this long era before sugar, when something sweet was genuinely rare and genuinely precious. It was into this world of scattered, seasonal sweetness that crystallized sugar would eventually arrive, a substance so concentrated, so easy to carry, so long-lasting, and so endlessly available that it would upend not just the way people ate, but the political, economic, and natural order of the entire planet. And the source of that great change was a tall grass growing in the valleys of the world's second-largest island, a place where one of the earliest and most important moments in farming history was quietly taking shape. In 1966, an Australian archaeologist named Jack Golson began digging in a swamp. The place was called Cook, a waterlogged area in the highlands of Papua New Guinea, and what he found there would change everything we thought we knew about the history of farming. Beneath the mud, he uncovered a series of ancient drainage ditches and planting beds stretching back roughly 9,000 years, proof that the people of the New Guinea highlands had been growing crops far earlier than most researchers had ever imagined. And among the plants those ancient farmers were tending was a tall, thick-stemmed grass with sweet juice, the wild ancestor of every grain of sugar the world has ever known. New Guinea, the second-largest island on Earth, is a place of extraordinary variety. Its central mountain chain rises nearly 5,000 meters, creating a patchwork of climates, from steaming tropical lowlands to cool alpine meadows. The wild ancestor of the sugarcane we know today grew in dense stands along the riverbanks and forest edges of these lowland regions. It was a strong, tall plant with thick stalks that could reach the height of a 3-story building. But unlike the sugarcane that would later sweeten the world, this wild grass contained little actual sugar in its core. What it did contain was plenty of fiber, a bit of starchy fluid, and, most importantly, the hidden genetic potential for something far sweeter. The domestication of sugarcane did not happen in a single moment. It was a gradual process, unfolding over thousands of years. Picture an early farmer walking along a riverbank, chewing on different stalks, noticing that some are slightly sweeter than others. That quiet observation was the beginning of everything. By choosing to replant the sweeter stalks, a simple act that required nothing more than cutting a piece of stem and pushing it into the earth, these early farmers began a slow transformation. Generation after generation, the plants grew a little sweeter, a little softer, a little easier to chew. Over centuries, what had been a tough, fibrous wild grass became something recognizably different, a plant sweet enough to serve as a real source of energy, a plant worth cultivating on purpose. The story of how this domesticated sugarcane spread from New Guinea is one of the great migration stories of the ancient world. The vehicle was the Austronesian expansion, one of the most remarkable episodes of human movement in all of history. Beginning roughly 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, seafaring peoples from the islands of Southeast Asia set out on a series of voyages that would eventually carry them across the entire Pacific Ocean to the most remote islands on Earth. Imagine the scene for a moment. A double-hulled canoe loaded with provisions, with bundles of root crops and young plants wrapped against the salt spray, setting out across open ocean toward an island that may or may not exist beyond the horizon. Among those bundles, carefully packed, were lengths of sugarcane stalk, each one carrying within it the result of thousands of years of patient selection in the highlands of New Guinea. These voyagers brought sugarcane with them as one of a suite of essential plants, alongside taro, yams, breadfruit, coconut, and banana, the crops that would sustain them wherever they made landfall. As these navigators island hopped southward and eastward over generations, they planted sugarcane at each new home. By roughly 3,500 years ago, sugarcane had been carried thousands of kilometers from its homeland, reaching islands scattered across Polynesia and Micronesia. It is a quiet thing to consider how the sweetness we stir into our morning drink can trace its ancestry back to a canoe on the open Pacific, thousands of years ago. The westward spread of sugarcane from New Guinea into the islands of Southeast Asia brought it into contact with another wild grass, a hardy, adaptable relative that grew across a vast range from eastern Africa through southern Asia. When the cultivated sugarcane mixed with these wild relatives, new varieties emerged, plants that were tougher, more adaptable, and better suited to cooler and drier conditions. These crossbreeds would prove vital to the later development of sugar making because they could grow in places where the original tropical varieties could not survive. Meanwhile, in southern China and Taiwan, a separate but related story was unfolding. Farmers there had independently developed their own form of cultivated sugarcane from a different wild ancestor. This Chinese sugarcane was thinner and hardier than the New Guinea varieties, and it would play its own part in the story of sugar in East Asia. For thousands of years, the human relationship with sugarcane was beautifully simple. People chewed the raw stalks. They crushed the fibrous tissue between their teeth and let the cool, sweet juice flood their mouths. This was how sugarcane was enjoyed across the Pacific Islands, in Southeast Asia, and in parts of India for a very long time. If you have ever had the pleasure of chewing a fresh piece of sugarcane on a warm day, you know the experience. It is refreshing, mildly sweet, and deeply satisfying. Millions of people in tropical regions around the world still enjoy cane this way. In the Philippines, sugarcane was well established long before any Europeans arrived. Terraces dating to between 1,000 and 1,300 years of the Common Era, discovered in the highland regions, show clear signs of sugarcane growing alongside other important crops. Across Indonesia, sugarcane grew in village gardens and along the edges of fields, providing a ready source of everyday sweetness. The peoples of Java, Sumatra, and Borneo all cultivated their own varieties, pressing the sweet juice for cooking, for drinking, and for making fermented drinks. The journey from a wild grass on a riverbank to the most traded substance on the planet began with these small, patient acts of noticing and choosing and replanting in the green valleys of New Guinea. The people who first realized that some canes were sweeter than others, who first replanted the sweetest cuttings and shared them with their neighbors, who first tucked cane stems aboard their outrigger canoes as they set out across the open sea, could not have imagined what they were starting. From their quiet tending of a particular grass, a chain of events would eventually unfold that would touch every continent, reshape every economy, and change the daily lives of billions of people across thousands of years. But all of that lay far in the future. In the beginning, there was simply a tall grass with sweet juice, a warm day, and the human instinct to notice something good and try to grow more of it. And it is from that simple beginning that we now move to the place where the next great step in the sugar story took place, a land far to the west of New Guinea, where someone figured out how to turn liquid sweetness into something you could hold in your hand. Sometime around 350 years after the Common Era, in a workshop in the Bengal region of India, an artisan did something that would change the world. They heated sugarcane juice to just the right temperature, added a handful of tiny crystals to the thick liquid, and carefully controlled the cooling until something new formed in the pot. Dry, grainy crystals of sugar. The substance was gritty between the fingers, pale brown and intensely sweet. The artisan had a word for it, a word from the old language of Sanskrit that meant something like ground material or gravel, because the crystals looked and felt like fine sand. That word would travel westward along trade routes for the next 2,000 years, changing as it moved, passing through Persian, then Arabic, then Latin, then French, until it finally arrived in English as the word we all know today, sugar. The path of the word traces the path of the substance itself from that Indian workshop to the tables of every nation on earth. Before this quiet breakthrough, sugarcane juice was a liquid that had to be used quickly. You could drink it fresh from the press, or you could let it ferment into a kind of wine, but you could not store it, you could not carry it over long distances, and you could not trade it across oceans. After crystallization, sugar became something entirely different, a solid, portable, long-lasting substance that could travel along trade routes and across seas, growing in value at every stop. It was one of the most important inventions in the history of food, and it happened not in a grand palace or a famous laboratory, but in a modest workshop, probably near a sugarcane field, in what is now eastern India. The earliest written mentions of sugarcane in Indian literature go back much further, to the ancient holy texts composed between roughly 1200 and 900 years before the Common Era. These texts mention sugarcane by an old name and refer to a granulated brown sugar, suggesting that people had been growing the plant and doing something with its juice for well over 1,000 years before anyone figured out how to make true crystals. Sugarcane was already a familiar, valued part of life. The warm, wet climate of Bengal, with its heavy monsoon rains and deep, rich soils deposited by rivers, turned out to be a perfect place for growing sugarcane. And Bengal would remain one of the most important sugar-producing regions for thousands of years, right up to the present day. The journey from liquid juice to solid crystal was not a simple one. It required the development of very specific skills, a particular knowledge of temperatures, of timing, of how to encourage the sweet liquid to give up its water and form into grains. The earliest processed sugars were not the clean white crystals we know today. They were dark, sticky preparations that fell somewhere between liquid and solid. The most basic of these was a dense, unrefined sugar made by boiling cane juice until most of the water was gone and the remaining mass hardened into a rich, dark block. This unrefined sugar, known across the region by many names, remains a staple sweetener in India and other parts of Asia to this day. If you have ever tasted it, you know it has a deep, complex flavor, almost like dark caramel with hints of earth and smoke, nothing at all like the white sugar in a modern sugar bowl. A step up from this basic product was a partially refined mixture of crystals and dark syrup. Here is a lovely detail worth pausing on. The old word for this kind of crystallized sugar, formed into lumps and pieces, is the ancestor of our English word candy. That trail of language stretches across 2,000 years and half a dozen tongues, connecting an ancient Indian workshop to the corner candy store of a modern city. It is the kind of connection that makes the history of everyday things so quietly rewarding. The real breakthrough came during the era of the Gupta rulers, a period often called the Golden Age of Indian civilization. Indian craftspeople and practical chemists discovered how to make granulated crystals that were drier, more stable, and far easier to store and move than anything that had come before. This was a genuine leap forward, and its effects would ripple out across the ancient world. The ancient Indian system of medicine recognized sugar and sugarcane as having real healing properties. Medical texts going back to the centuries before the Common Era discuss the uses of sugarcane products for various conditions. The great medical handbooks written between roughly the 1st and 4th centuries of the Common Era describe sugar in careful detail. Fresh cane juice was recommended for certain complaints of the body. The dark, unrefined sugar was prescribed for building strength. Crystallized sugar was suggested for problems of the chest and breathing. This connection between sugar and medicine would prove remarkably long-lasting, traveling with the substance wherever it went. When sugar eventually reached Europe, hundreds of years later, it arrived in the shop of the apothecary before it reached the kitchen, prescribed as a medicine rather than eaten as a food. India's knowledge of sugar-making did not stay secret for long. The country was a great crossroads of trade and ideas, connected to China by overland and sea routes, and to the Middle East through coastal trading networks. Buddhist monasteries, which were important centers of learning and agricultural skill, played a key role in spreading sugar knowledge to the wider world. The most celebrated moment in this spread of knowledge happened in the year 647, when the Tang dynasty emperor of China sent a special group of diplomats on a long journey to the kingdom of Magadha in what is now the Indian state of Bihar. Their mission was specific: to learn the secrets of sugar making. The story goes that the mission was successful, and the returning diplomats brought back detailed knowledge of Indian sugar refining techniques, knowledge that would transform Chinese sugar production. The great Buddhist scholar monk Xuanzang, who had earlier traveled to India and built connections between the Chinese court and Indian rulers, helped make this exchange possible. It is said that Indian sugar makers themselves traveled to China to teach their craft, carrying with them the accumulated wisdom of centuries. This transfer of knowledge changed things quickly for China. Before the Indian connection, Chinese sugar production had been basic. After this exchange, Chinese craftspeople rapidly improved their methods, and sugarcane farming spread into the warm, wet southern provinces. Sugar also held a deep spiritual meaning in Indian life. Sugar and sugarcane appear again and again in Hindu religious practice. The elephant-headed god of beginnings is traditionally offered a sweet dumpling filled with unrefined sugar and coconut. Sugarcane is linked to the god of love, whose bow in the old stories is said to be made from a stalk of sugarcane with arrows tipped with flowers. During the harvest festival celebrated in southern India, freshly cut sugarcane is placed at the center of the rituals, a symbol of sweetness, of plenty, and of the generous earth. India produced sugar, not just for its own people, but for the wider world. By the early centuries of the Common Era, Indian sugar was being traded westward to Persia and as far as the Roman world, and eastward to China and Southeast Asia. Records from the great Persian Empire of the 6th century mention sugar as a well-known product, and there are references to it being used at the royal court. It was through Persia that Indian sugar technology would eventually reach the Arab world, and from there the shores of the Mediterranean and the beginnings of its European journey. India today remains the world's largest producer of traditional unrefined sugar, making more than half of the entire global supply. The old methods of sugar making, which trace an unbroken line all the way back to the earliest days, continue in thousands of small workshops and rural homes across the land. In these workshops, cane juice is still boiled in open pans over wood fires, stirred with long wooden paddles, and poured into molds to cool into blocks that taste not so very different from what an ancient Indian farmer might have recognized. It is a living link to the very beginning of our relationship with crystallized sweetness, a reminder that the story of sugar did not begin with great ships crossing the Atlantic, but in the fields and workshops of a civilization that first learned to coax solid crystals from the juice of a tall, sweet grass. And from India, this precious knowledge would travel westward, carried by traders and conquerors into the hands of a civilization that was itself in the process of rapid and extraordinary expansion, the civilization of Islam. In the city of Jundishapur, in the warm lowlands of southwestern Persia, scholars from 3 different civilizations once worked side by side. Greek doctors shared the same halls as Indian herbalists. Persian astronomers debated with Christian thinkers. This great center of learning, which thrived through the 6th century, was one of the ancient world's busiest crossroads of knowledge. And among the many practical skills that passed through its workshops was the craft of turning sugarcane juice into solid crystals, a technology that had traveled westward from India along trade routes that had been carrying ideas and goods back and forth for centuries. When Arab armies swept through Persia in the middle of the 7th century, conquering the old empire and absorbing its territories, its learning and its sugar, they inherited a substance that would help sweeten one of the most ambitious civilization-building projects in all of history. Sugar crystallization had first been developed in India, but it was in Persia that the craft was refined and prepared for its journey further west. By the 6th century, sugar was already a familiar presence at the Persian royal court. The Arab conquerors recognized immediately that this was a product of extraordinary value, sweet, portable, long-lasting, and endlessly versatile. It appealed to a culture that was already developing one of the world's great culinary traditions. And the Arabs did not simply adopt the sugar technology they found in Persia. They improved it, they expanded it, and they systematically spread it across their growing empire. Arab farmers and engineers developed advanced watering systems, including underground channels, water wheels, and networks of canals, that made it possible to grow the very thirsty sugarcane crop in regions where it had never been grown before. The speed and reach of this spread was quietly remarkable. Sugarcane was introduced into Egypt in 710 of the Common Era, where the fertile valley of the Nile and its abundant water proved perfect for growing it. Egypt quickly became one of the most important sugar-producing places in the medieval world, with production reaching its height between roughly 1000 and 1350. Egyptian sugar was prized across the whole Mediterranean region and beyond, and the country's refining workshops set the standard for quality. From Egypt, sugarcane cultivation moved westward across North Africa. The Arabs also carried it to the lands of the eastern Mediterranean, where the warm, watered lowlands of the Jordan Valley and the coastal plains became important growing areas. Further east, the heart of the great Abbasid Empire, centered on the magnificent city of Baghdad, developed its own thriving sugar industry, feeding the appetite of one of the largest and richest cities in the medieval world. Perhaps the most ambitious planting of sugarcane under Arab rule happened on the islands and coasts of the Mediterranean itself. By the 10th century, Arabs were growing sugarcane in Sicily, which they had conquered in the 9th century. The warm climate of the island's southern lowlands suited the crop well, and Sicilian sugar would later become an important item in European trade. Sugarcane also reached the southern coast of Spain and Portugal, where the irrigated lowlands around Valencia and the Algarve all supported sugar production, though on a smaller scale than Egypt. The methods of sugar refining that Arab craftspeople developed were sophisticated for their time. The process began with crushing the harvested cane in mills powered by animals, water, or human effort. The expressed juice was heated in large copper pots, and impurities were carefully skimmed away. The resulting thick liquid was then poured into cone-shaped clay molds, where it was left to cool and harden into the tall, pointed shapes known as sugar loaves. As the sugar crystallized, the darker, heavier liquid, the molasses drained out through a small hole at the bottom of the mold into a jar placed below. This process could be repeated to produce finer and finer grades of sugar, from the dark, rich product at the bottom of the scale to the paler, purer crystals at the top. If you can picture those rows of clay cones, each one slowly weeping dark syrup into the vessels beneath, you have a picture of the medieval sugar workshop in the Arab world. The remains of these old sugar-making operations have been found at sites across the eastern Mediterranean, where the ruins of mills, mold benches, and collection jars tell us just how large and well-organized the industry was. These physical remains, together with the detailed farming manuals written by Arab scholars, give us a clear picture of an industry that was both skilled and ambitious. The effect of sugar on the food and culture of the Arab world was deep and lasting. In the kitchens and workshops of the medieval Islamic world, confectioners created an extraordinary range of sweet preparations that would lay the groundwork for much of the world's candy-making tradition. During the golden age of Islamic civilization, stretching from the 8th to the 14th centuries, expanded trade routes brought together sugar, spices, nuts, and fragrant ingredients, allowing for the creation of ever more elaborate sweets. One of the earliest and most widespread sugar-based treats was a soft, rich confection made from flour, butter, and sugar, the ancestor of many sweets still enjoyed today. By the 9th century, the word for this confection was being applied to many different kinds of sweet preparations. The first written recipes appear in cookbooks from the 13th century, opening a window into the rich culinary world of the medieval Arab lands. Arab confectioners also developed the forerunner of marzipan, a combination of finely ground almonds and sugar wrapped in thin pastry. This almond and sugar pairing would later become one of the most beloved sweet preparations in European cooking, though its Arab origins are often forgotten. Sweets flavored with rosewater, sugar syrups scented with orange blossom, and candied fruits all came out of this remarkably creative tradition. Sugar also played an important role in the medicine of the Islamic world, continuing the practice that had begun in India. Arab doctors, drawing on translated works from Greek, Indian, and Persian medical authorities, prescribed sugar-based treatments for many different conditions. Sugar was used to make medicines easier to swallow, to preserve herbs and fruits, and to soothe sore throats and coughs. These sugar-based medical formulations would later be adopted by European healers, carrying the tradition forward. The spread of sugar across the Islamic world was more than just a matter of farming or trade. It was a cultural shift. Sugar became woven into the social fabric of Islamic life, linked to hospitality, to celebration, and to religious observance. Sweet dishes were served to break the daily fast during the holy month, offered to guests as a sign of welcome and shared with the poor during festivals. The Arabic language itself reflects this importance, with many expressions connecting sweetness to beauty, to goodness, and to divine blessing. There is one more part of this story worth noting, even though it is a difficult one. Sugar production required a great deal of labor, and in many parts of the Islamic world, this labor was provided by enslaved people. While the scale of sugar slavery in the Islamic period did not approach what would later happen in the Atlantic world, the link between sugar and unfree labor was established early. In Egypt, in the Eastern Mediterranean, and on the Mediterranean islands, enslaved workers, many from regions south of the Sahara, worked in the cane fields and sugar mills. This connection between sugar and forced labor was a shadow of what was to come, a hint of the terrible human costs that sugar production would later demand. By the time of the Crusades in the 11th century, sugar had been transformed from an exotic curiosity from India into a major product of international trade, produced across a vast arc from Spain to Persia. The Islamic world had not only adopted Indian sugar technology, but had improved it, scaled it up, and woven it into a rich tradition of food and culture. And it was this sweetness, the product of centuries of Arab farming skill and craft, that European Crusaders would soon taste for the very first time in the markets of the Eastern Mediterranean, setting in motion a craving that would reshape the world. In the year 647, a small group of diplomats set out from the imperial court of Chang'an, one of the greatest cities in the medieval world, on a journey of several thousand miles. Their destination was a kingdom in northeastern India called Magadha, and their mission came directly from the Emperor Taizong, one of China's most ambitious and outward-looking rulers. The purpose of the trip was surprisingly specific. The emperor wanted to learn how to make sugar. He had tasted the substance, most likely through the network of Buddhist monks and merchants who connected China to South Asia, and he wanted his own craftspeople to master the techniques that Indian sugar makers had perfected over the preceding centuries. When the diplomats finally returned to Chang'an, they brought with them something more valuable than silk or jade or precious stones. They brought knowledge, the detailed understanding of how to turn sugarcane juice into crystals. This act of reaching across borders to learn a new skill is one of the quieter but more important moments in the history of food. It was, in a sense, an ancient technology transfer, and it would transform Chinese sugar production and launch one of the most sophisticated sugar industries of the medieval world. Sugarcane had been present in southern China for thousands of years, having arrived through the same routes that carried it from its original homeland in the Pacific. Farmers in southern China and Taiwan had even developed their own form of cultivated sugarcane from a local wild relative, a thinner and hardier plant than the tropical varieties from further south. But for a very long time, the Chinese way of enjoying sugarcane remained simple. People chewed the raw stalks, they pressed the juice and drank it fresh, or they boiled it down into a crude syrup. The idea of making dry, transportable crystals was something new. The Indian sugar specialists who arrived at the Chinese court brought with them knowledge of the full range of processing techniques: how to extract the juice, how to heat it and skim away the impurities, how to evaporate and crystallize the syrup into solid grains, and how to produce different grades of sugar, from dark and rich to pale and fine. Buddhist monks who traveled with the diplomatic missions appear to have been especially important in spreading this knowledge to monasteries throughout China, which served in those days as centers of learning and practical skill, places where new ideas about farming and food production could be tested and shared. The effect on Chinese sugar production was swift and dramatic. Armed with Indian techniques, Chinese craftspeople began producing crystallized sugar on a commercial scale for the first time. The warm, wet provinces of the south, particularly the regions we know today as Fujian, Guangdong, and Sichuan, became centers of sugarcane farming and sugar manufacturing. These areas had everything sugarcane needed: plenty of rain, warm temperatures, rich soil, and they were close to major trade routes and population centers, which meant there were ready markets for the finished product. During the Song dynasty, which followed the Tang and lasted from 960 to 1279, China's sugar industry truly came into its own. The Song era was a time of remarkable economic and technological innovation, with expanding trade, growing cities, and new manufacturing methods. Sugar production was swept up in this wave of progress. Farmers expanded their sugarcane fields, and sugar-making became a recognized and important craft. In 1154, a writer named Wang Zhuo produced a remarkable document, a detailed handbook covering the entire process of growing sugarcane and manufacturing sugar. Its title, which translates to something like the Sugar Frost Handbook, reflects the Chinese name for rock sugar, which literally means sugar frost or sugar ice, a rather poetic description of the glittering crystalline product. The handbook covered 7 chapters and gave practical instructions from planting to final product. It is one of the earliest comprehensive guides to sugar production anywhere in the world. Rock sugar, those large, clear crystals that you might still find in a Chinese grocery today, was first produced during the Tang dynasty and became increasingly important during the Song period. The method of making it involved dissolving refined sugar in water, then allowing the solution to cool very slowly, sometimes over days or weeks, during which large, transparent crystals formed on strings or sticks hanging in the liquid. These crystals were prized for their purity, their beauty, and their delicate flavor, which was slightly less sweet and more subtle than granulated sugar. Can you picture them forming slowly, day by day, growing like tiny transparent towers on their strings? It must have seemed almost magical, and rock sugar became an important ingredient in Chinese cooking, medicine, and ritual. Chinese sugar technology continued to advance in the centuries that followed. During the Ming dynasty, which lasted from 1368 to 1644, Chinese craftspeople developed a clever new method for making white sugar. They placed a layer of wet, fine clay on top of a cone of raw brown sugar. As water slowly seeped down through the clay and through the sugar, it carried the dark-colored impurities with it, leaving behind a much paler, more refined sugar at the top. This technique was eventually passed along to Europe, where it became the basis for producing the white sugar that would become standard on European tables. It is a nice detail to consider that the white sugar of the European aristocracy owed its color to a technique developed by Chinese artisans. The Chinese sugar industry during the Ming and the following Qing dynasties was not just a local affair. Sugar from Fujian and Guangdong was shipped northward along the coast to the great cities of the Yangtze Delta and beyond, and exported overseas to Japan, Korea, and Southeast Asia. The great southern port of Guangzhou became a major hub of the international sugar trade, and Chinese sugar competed with and influenced sugar production across the whole region. In certain towns of Fujian province, traditional methods of sugar production passed down through generations of local craftspeople, survived well into the modern era. These small workshops, where cane juice is still boiled in open pans and stirred by hand, represent a living link to the centuries-old Chinese sugar tradition, much as the traditional sugar workshops of rural India connect to the earliest days of Indian sugar making. They are quiet places, warm with steam and sweet with the smell of boiling juice, where the past and the present exist side by side. Sugar also held deep meaning in Chinese medicine. Different forms of sugar were prescribed for different conditions. Brown sugar was recommended for improving circulation and for recovery after childbirth. White sugar was used for cooling and soothing dry coughs. Rock sugar was thought to nourish the lungs and calm the spirit. These uses, rooted in Chinese medical thinking, ran parallel to the medicinal traditions of sugar in India and in the Arab world, suggesting that people across many civilizations recognized something real about the effects of sugar on the body. Sugar played a role in Chinese festivals and rituals as well. Sweet offerings were made to ancestors and gods, and sugar-based treats were prepared for New Year celebrations, weddings, and other joyful occasions. The tradition of giving sugar figures and candied fruits as gifts during holidays established a connection between sweetness and harmony that persists in Chinese culture to this day. The parallel development of sugar in China and the Islamic world shows us that the desire for sweetness and the cleverness to satisfy it were not confined to any single civilization. India provided the foundational technology, but both the Arab world and China adapted it, improved it, and made it their own in ways that reflected their particular values, tastes, and ways of life. Together, they made sugar a substance of global importance long before the Atlantic trade would make it the world's most consequential product. And it is to the West that we turn next, to a moment when European soldiers, far from home and fighting in a distant land, first tasted this extraordinary sweetness and carried the craving for it back to a continent that would never be the same. In the summer of 1099, a Crusader knight walked through a market in the recently conquered city of Antioch and tasted something he had never encountered before. The local merchants sold it alongside pepper and cinnamon, a white, crystalline substance that dissolved on the tongue with a sweetness so intense it made honey seem rough by comparison. The Crusaders had their own phrase for it. They called it sweet salt. For a man raised on the plain diet of Northern Europe, where honey was the only sweetener, and even that was a luxury, the discovery must have been something close to a revelation. He would carry the memory of that taste home to France or England or the Rhineland, and the craving it planted would, in time, alter the course of history. For most of the first 1,000 years of the Common Era, Europeans lived in a world largely untouched by sugar. Honey remained the primary sweetener across the continent, from the monasteries of Ireland to the courts of the Eastern Roman Empire. While traders in Constantinople and Venice may have occasionally come across small amounts of sugar through their dealings with the Arab world, for the vast majority of Europeans, the substance was simply unknown. The Crusades changed all of that, bringing tens of thousands of Europeans into direct contact with the sugar-rich culture of the Islamic Middle East. The First Crusade, launched in 1095, brought European armies into the lands of the Eastern Mediterranean, a region where sugarcane had been cultivated under Arab management for centuries. The Crusaders encountered sugar in many forms as a sweetener in local cooking, as a trade item in the bustling coastal markets, and as a crop growing in irrigated fields along the coastal plains and in the river valleys. The encounter was more than simple curiosity about a new taste. The Crusaders quickly recognized the commercial value of what they had found and moved to control and expand sugar production within the territories they conquered. The Crusader states, those fragile Latin Christian kingdoms established along the eastern Mediterranean coast, developed their own sugar industries during the 12th and 13th centuries. The main center of sugar making in the Crusader lands was the city of Tyre in what is now southern Lebanon, where the combination of water supply, climate, and existing farming knowledge supported real production. Sugar was grown on the lord's estates, and the work of growing the cane and processing it in the mills fell to the local people, who were required to provide unpaid labor as part of their feudal obligations. All the money from sugar production went directly to the lords, making sugar an important source of income for the Crusader ruling class. Within a century of their arrival, the Crusaders had recognized that sugar was a product of extraordinary commercial value, something that could be shipped back to the growing markets of Europe at a handsome profit. They invested heavily in developing and expanding the industry. The sugar produced in the Crusader lands was shipped westward to Europe, primarily through the Italian trading cities of Venice and Genoa, which controlled the shipping routes of the eastern Mediterranean. These Italian merchant cities became the main go-betweens, connecting the sugar-producing East to the sugar-hungry markets of Western Europe, a commercial relationship that would dominate the European sugar trade for centuries to come. When the Crusader states fell to the armies of Egypt at the end of the 13th century, European sugar production in the Mediterranean did not come to an end. Instead, it shifted to new locations. European powers, now well aware of sugar's value, established plantations in territories they controlled elsewhere around the Mediterranean. Sugar growing expanded to the Greek lands, to the islands of Rhodes, Malta, Crete, and, most importantly, to Cyprus. In Cyprus, the sugar industry grew to a scale that foreshadowed the plantation systems that would later take shape across the Atlantic. Large estates, often owned by wealthy Italian merchants, particularly Venetian and Genoese families, employed hundreds of workers, including enslaved people, in a system that bore more than a passing resemblance to the colonial plantations that would later define the sugar economy of the Caribbean and the Americas. The sugar produced in Cyprus was among the finest in the medieval world, and it was exported to the wealthy courts and commercial centers of Europe. Venice, in particular, used the island's sugar to strengthen its position as the leading commercial power of the Eastern Mediterranean. Venetian merchants handled the shipping, the financing, and the distribution of Cypriot sugar to markets across Europe, building great fortunes and political influence in the process. The arrival of sugar in Europe through the Crusades set off a cultural transformation whose effects are still felt today. For the first time, Europeans had access to a sweetener that was more concentrated, more versatile, and more durable than honey. Sugar could be shaped, molded, dissolved, and combined with other ingredients in ways that honey simply could not. It could be carried over long distances without spoiling, and it could be produced in standardized amounts that made commercial trade much easier. The initial quantities that reached Europe were tiny by later standards, and the substance was treated as an exotic rarity, classified alongside expensive spices like pepper, cinnamon, and ginger, rather than as a basic food. This made sense, given both its Eastern origins and the minute amounts in which it was available. Sugar was sold by apothecaries, the medieval forerunners of pharmacists, alongside other rare and costly imported goods. It was prescribed as a medicine, sprinkled on food as a luxurious seasoning, and displayed at noble feasts as a sign of wealth and taste. But the most important thing the Crusades did in the long story of sugar was to plant a seed of desire. Once the taste for sugar had been established among the European ruling class, there was no going back. The challenge of satisfying that growing appetite would drive European powers to seek new sources of sugar, leading first to the Mediterranean plantations of Cyprus and Crete, then to the Atlantic islands off the coast of Africa, and finally to the vast plantation complexes of the Americas. The Crusaders, who first tasted sweet salt in the markets of the Levant, had no way of knowing that their new pleasure would set in motion a chain of events that would reshape the geography, the economy, and the population of the entire world. But that is precisely what happened. And the next step in this journey would take the story to the workshops and royal kitchens of medieval Europe, where sugar would become the most desired, the most discussed, and the most expensive ingredient of the age. In 1288, the clerk responsible for the household expenses of King Edward I of England sat down to record the purchases for the year. Among the entries for wine, candles, and bolts of cloth, he noted the purchase of more than 6,000 pounds of sugar. The cost was staggering, equal in value to what would be hundreds of thousands of dollars today spent on a single ingredient. The sugar would have arrived at the royal kitchens in the form of tall, hard, cone-shaped loaves, each one wrapped in blue paper, each one requiring a special iron tool to chip and break into usable pieces. For the king and his court, sugar was at the same time a medicine, a seasoning, a display of power, and something very close to an addiction. For everyone else in England, it was something they might hear about, but would never in their entire lives actually taste. The prices tell the story more clearly than anything else. In 1319, sugar in London cost approximately 2 shillings per pound, a sum that, in today's terms, would be equal to roughly $100 per kilogram. Even as prices came down over the course of the 1400s, sugar remained far beyond the reach of ordinary families. By 1334, the price had dropped to 7 pence per pound, which sounds better until you consider that a labourer at that time might earn only a few pence for an entire day of hard work. For much of this period, sugar was quite literally worth its weight in silver. The gateway through which sugar entered Europe was controlled with near total efficiency by the Italian trading cities, and Venice above all. The city's position at the head of the Adriatic Sea, its unmatched fleet of ships, and its vast commercial network in the eastern Mediterranean gave Venetian merchants privileged access to the sugar-producing regions of Egypt, Cyprus, and the Levant. After Venice defeated its rival Genoa in a long naval war that ended in 1381, the city enjoyed something close to a monopoly on the spice trade into Europe for nearly a century. Sugar, which was classified as a spice, was a central part of this commercial empire. Venetian merchants imported raw sugar from their colonial partners and trading outposts, refined it in workshops on the islands of the Venetian lagoon, and sold the finished product to markets across Europe at enormous profit. The markup was extraordinary. Sugar purchased cheaply in the eastern Mediterranean might be sold in London or Paris at 40 times the original price, with every middleman along the chain taking a cut. This system of layers upon layers of intermediaries kept sugar prices high and ensured that it remained something only the wealthy could afford. Genoa, though eventually outmatched by Venice in the eastern Mediterranean, maintained its own sugar networks and played a particularly important role in developing sugar production in the western Mediterranean. Genoese merchants were active in the sugar industries of Sicily, Crete, and the Spanish coast, and it was Genoese money and expertise that would later help push sugar cultivation out into the Atlantic islands. In the homes of European nobles and the halls of royal palaces, sugar served many purposes. As a seasoning, it was used in ways that might seem strange to us today. Medieval cooks combined sugar with meat, fish, and vegetables, blending sweet and savory flavors in ways that owed as much to the influence of Arab cooking, passed along through the Crusades, as to any tradition from Europe itself. Recipes from old cookbooks call for sugar to be sprinkled on roasted meats, mixed into sauces for fish, and combined with ginger and vinegar in elaborate preparations meant for the tables of the powerful. But sugar's most important role in medieval Europe was not in the kitchen. It was in the shop of the apothecary. These forerunners of the modern pharmacists stocked sugar alongside their other expensive imported goods, rare spices, dried herbs, and exotic preparations. Sugar was believed to be a warm substance in the system of medicine that dominated European thinking throughout the medieval period, and it was prescribed for a surprisingly wide range of conditions. It was used to mix medicines, to coat pills, and make them easier to swallow, to prepare soothing syrups for sore throats and coughs, and to preserve herbs and fruits. For a long time, The line between sugar as medicine and sugar as food was blurry, and the apothecary's shop was the main place where most Europeans first encountered the substance. Can you picture one of those medieval apothecary shops? A dim, narrow space lined floor to ceiling with small drawers and glass jars, smelling of dried herbs and exotic spices, with a tall sugar loaf wrapped in blue paper sitting prominently on the counter, to be chipped and sold in small pieces to those who could afford it. Sugar sat there alongside pepper, saffron, and dried rosebuds, all of them treasured, all of them expensive, all of them touched with a hint of mystery. Perhaps the most spectacular expression of sugar's status in this era was the sugar sculpture. Known in English as subtleties, these were elaborate creations fashioned entirely from sugar, displayed at royal banquets as the edible equivalent of fine art. They were brought out between courses, meant to astonish and delight the guests with both their artistic beauty and the sheer extravagance of the materials. The range of subjects was remarkable. Skilled confectioners crafted detailed models of castles, churches, ships, animals, coats of arms, and human figures, all rendered in molded, carved, and painted sugar. At the coronation feast of Henry V of England in 1413, the sugar sculptures included a figure of the Virgin Mary, a representation of the Holy Trinity, and a depiction of St. George fighting the dragon, all built from sugar. At the wedding of Henry VII, the table displayed a sugar castle, a sugar dragon, and a sugar greyhound. These were not merely decorations. They were political and religious statements designed to communicate the power, the faith, and the grandeur of the host. The creation of these sculptures required specialized skills that were highly valued. The finest households employed dedicated confectioners, skilled craftspeople who combined the knowledge of the apothecary with the eye of a sculptor. Over time, they developed stronger materials, mixing sugar with gum and water into a paste that could be molded and shaped, and that held its form far better than plain sugar. It is a quiet wonder to imagine these creations, gleaming white on the banquet table, more expensive than the gold plate surrounding them, shaped into dragons and towers and saints, all destined to be admired, then broken apart and eaten. Control of the sugar supply was also a source of real political power in this period. The decline of sugar production in the Crusader states shifted production to Cyprus, Crete, and Sicily, each under the influence of different European powers, and the competition between Venice and Genoa for control of these sugar-producing territories was a recurring source of conflict and careful diplomacy. In the lands of Spain and Portugal, the long campaign to take back territories from Muslim rule brought sugar-growing regions under Christian control. The new rulers maintained and expanded the existing sugar industries, adapting the farming knowledge and technology of Arab growers for their own purposes. This experience with sugar production, gained in the warm lowlands of southern Spain and Portugal, would prove essential in the next chapter of the sugar story, when these same nations carried sugarcane across the Atlantic Ocean. By the middle of the 1400s, the patterns of the European sugar market were firmly established and would only intensify in the centuries ahead. Sugar was an object of intense desire, a marker of wealth and taste, a substance believed to hold healing powers, and a product that could generate enormous profits for those who controlled it. The appetite for sugar was growing faster than the Mediterranean system could satisfy it, and the search for new sources of supply was becoming urgent. That search would soon lead Europeans beyond the familiar waters of the Mediterranean, out into the vast and unknown Atlantic, where tiny volcanic islands off the coast of Africa would become the proving ground for a new model of sugar production, one that would, for better and for much worse, transform the world. Sometime around 1420, on an uninhabited volcanic island, roughly 800 kilometers off the northwest coast of Africa, Portuguese settlers started a fire that would burn for 7 years. The forests of Madeira, so thick that the Portuguese named the island after their word for wood, had to be cleared before anything could be planted, and the simplest method was to set them ablaze. According to the old stories, the fire grew beyond anyone's control, consuming the ancient forests from coast to mountaintop, forcing the first settlers to wade into the ocean and stand neck-deep in the water for 2 days to survive the heat. Whether the tale is precisely true or not, the result was real. When the flames finally died, they left behind a carpet of rich volcanic ash over already fertile soil, a surface so perfectly suited to farming that it would change the course of world history. Prince Henry of Portugal, known to later generations as Henry the Navigator, had a very specific crop in mind for that scorched earth. He wanted sugarcane. Henry had watched the sugar industries of the Mediterranean, and he recognized that this small island's climate, with its warm temperatures and the generous rainfall on its northern slopes, might be perfect for growing cane. Around 1425, he ordered sugarcane plants brought from Sicily, along with experienced sugar workers who could teach the new settlers how to plant, harvest, and process the crop. He divided the island into large districts, each one granted to a trusted captain responsible for organizing settlement and production, a system that Portugal would later copy in Brazil and across the Indian Ocean. The experiment worked beyond all expectations. Sugarcane loved Madeira's volcanic soil and mild, wet climate. The settlers cleared forests, carved terraces into the steep hillsides, and built an elaborate network of water channels called levadas that carried water from the wetter northern slopes to the drier southern plantations. By the early 1470s, Madeira had become the leading sugar producer supplying European markets, its output passing the older sources in Cyprus, Sicily, and the Spanish coast. The sugar was of fine quality, and the island's relative closeness to European ports gave it a real advantage over more distant producers. But it was the labor system on Madeira that set a precedent with terrible consequences for millions of people over the centuries to come. From the very beginning, the Portuguese sugar plantations relied heavily on unfree labor. The earliest workers included Portuguese peasants, prisoners captured in war, and enslaved people from the nearby Canary Islands, where the native Guanche population was being conquered and enslaved by Spain. As production grew and the need for workers increased, the Portuguese turned more and more to the slave trade along the West African coast. Enslaved Africans were shipped to Madeira to work in the cane fields and sugar mills. The connection between African slavery and Atlantic sugar production, a connection that would define the next 4 centuries of world history, was forged on this small island in the eastern Atlantic. Imagine it for a moment. A small volcanic island, steep and green, ringed by ocean, crisscrossed by those ingenious water channels, its fields heavy with tall, rustling cane. And in those fields, people who had been taken from their homes across the sea, forced to tend and harvest a crop they had never asked to grow. The landscape was beautiful. The system was cruel. And both of those things were true at the same time. The success of Madeira inspired the Portuguese to try the same model on other Atlantic islands. The Canary Islands, which Spain was in the process of conquering, developed their own sugar industry in the late 1400s. Following Madeira's example and using both enslaved native Guanche people and enslaved Africans, sugar production on some of these islands became important, though none matched Madeira's output. Far more significant was what happened on the island of São Tomé, a small volcanic island sitting almost exactly on the equator in the Gulf of Guinea, off the west coast of Africa. The Portuguese began settling São Tomé in the 1490s, and from the very start, the island was planned as a sugar colony. Its location near the equator gave it year-round warmth and heavy rains, perfect conditions for sugarcane. But São Tomé was also deadly for Europeans, with diseases that made it a dangerous place for settlers. The Portuguese answer to the labor problem was straightforward and brutal. They filled the island with enslaved Africans purchased from the nearby mainland. The early settlers on São Tomé were a varied and often desperate group. Among the first arrivals were Portuguese criminals, offered a chance at a new life in exchange for colonial service. In one of the more heartbreaking episodes of this period, Jewish children who had been forcibly separated from their parents during the expulsion of Jews from Portugal in 1496 were shipped to São Tomé and handed over to settlers, supposedly to be raised as Christians. Most of these children did not survive. By the 1530s, São Tomé had overtaken Madeira as the leading supplier of sugar to European markets. Dozens of sugar mills dotted the island, and the workforce was almost entirely made up of enslaved Africans. Historians have increasingly recognized São Tomé as the place where the specific model of the New World sugar plantation was invented and tested before being carried across the Atlantic. Every element of the system that would later define the sugar economies of Brazil, Barbados, Jamaica, and the rest of the Caribbean was already present on this small, humid island off the African coast. The single-crop plantation, the enslaved workforce, the absentee ownership, the ruthless logic that valued profit above human life, the integration of sugar production into a network of trade that stretched across oceans. The importance of this transformation is hard to overstate. In the span of roughly a single century, between about 1420 and 1530, the Portuguese had taken sugar production from a small-scale Mediterranean industry run by Venetian and Genoese merchants and relying on a mix of free and unfree labor, and turned it into a large-scale Atlantic enterprise. It was now centered on island colonies, powered almost entirely by enslaved African labor, and aimed at producing massive quantities of sugar for export to European markets. Prince Henry the Navigator, who started it all by planting sugarcane on Madeira, died in 1460, before the full consequences of his innovation became clear. He is remembered in Portuguese history as a hero of exploration, a patron of navigation and science. But he was also, in a very real sense, the architect of the plantation system that would bring suffering beyond measure to millions of Africans and their descendants over the following 4 centuries. The levadas of Madeira, those clever water channels that carried life to the sugarcane fields, were works of engineering skill. They were also the arteries of a system built on human misery. As sugar production expanded and eventually wore out the soil of one island, producers moved on to the next, carrying their methods, their money, and their enslaved workers with them. Madeira's sugar industry peaked in the late 1400s and then declined as the soil gave out and competition grew. The Canary Islands followed a similar path. São Tomé dominated for a time before being overtaken by the far larger and more productive sugar lands of Brazil. This pattern of boom, exhaustion, and abandonment, repeated again and again across the tropics, became one of sugar's defining and most destructive characteristics. By 1500, the stage was set for the final and most dramatic act in sugar's westward journey. Columbus had already carried sugarcane cuttings from the Canary Islands to the Caribbean, and the first plantings in Hispaniola were showing promise. The Portuguese, armed with everything they had learned on Madeira and São Tomé, were preparing to plant cane in their vast new territory of Brazil. The sugar frontier was about to cross the Atlantic, and the world would never be the same. On September 25, 1493, Christopher Columbus sailed out of the port of Cadiz on his second voyage to the New World. His fleet of 17 ships carried roughly 1,500 men, along with seeds, livestock, tools, and supplies intended to establish permanent European settlements in the Caribbean. Among the cargo loaded aboard the ships were bundles of sugarcane cuttings, taken from plantations in the Canary Islands during a stop for provisions. These unremarkable bundles of plant stems, tucked in among the horses, pigs, chickens, and wheat seeds that Columbus was carrying to the island of Hispaniola, would prove to be the most consequential cargo of the entire expedition. Columbus had personal experience with the sugar trade. Before becoming an explorer, he had spent time on the island of Madeira, where he had married into the family of the local governor and had watched firsthand the booming sugar industry that Portuguese settlers had built there. He understood the enormous profits sugar could bring, and he recognized that the warm, wet climate of the Caribbean islands he had visited on his first voyage might be perfectly suited to growing sugarcane. The decision to bring those cuttings was not a passing thought. It was a careful commercial calculation. The cane was planted in Hispaniola, the large island that today holds the Dominican Republic and Haiti, and Columbus reported that it grew splendidly in the tropical soil. The first recorded sugar harvest in the Americas took place in 1501, just 8 years after the cuttings had arrived. The quantities were small at first, but the potential was obvious to everyone who saw it. The Caribbean offered everything sugarcane needed: strong tropical sunlight, warmth all year round, plenty of rain, and deep, fertile earth that had never been farmed. In many ways, the conditions were even better than those of the Mediterranean or the Atlantic islands, where sugar had previously been grown. The Spanish authorities in the colonies moved quickly to build a sugar industry. Among the early sugar entrepreneurs in the Caribbean was a man named Hernando Cortés, who would later gain fame for conquering the Aztec Empire in Mexico. Before those more famous exploits, Cortés established sugar plantations in Hispaniola. By the 1510s and 1520s, sugar mills were being constructed across the island, and production was growing rapidly. The first large-scale sugar mill in the Americas, built near the city of Santo Domingo, began operations around 1516, and by the 1520s, there were roughly 30 functioning mills on the island. From Hispaniola, sugarcane spread quickly to other Spanish territories. It reached Puerto Rico in the 1520s, then Cuba and Jamaica in the same decade. By 1525, sugarcane had made its way to the American mainland, with plantings near Veracruz in Mexico. The Spanish also carried the crop to their Pacific colonies, and eventually sugarcane reached the Philippines, completing a remarkable circle from its original homeland in New Guinea. The native peoples of the Caribbean, the Taino and Carib populations who had lived on the islands for many generations, were the first victims of the sugar industry in the Americas. The Spanish imposed upon them a system of forced labor under which native communities were assigned to Spanish settlers who had the right to demand their work. Many native people were put to work in the new sugar fields and mills, alongside other forms of forced labor, including gold mining. The combination of this forced work, European diseases to which they had no resistance, and outright violence devastated the native population. On Hispaniola, the Taino people, who may have numbered several 100,000 at the time of Columbus's arrival, were nearly wiped out within a few decades. It is one of the most terrible collapses of a people in recorded history. The rapid decline of the native workforce created a crisis for the Spanish sugar planters, who needed large numbers of workers for the heavy labor of planting, harvesting, and processing sugarcane. The solution they chose would define the next 3.5 centuries of Atlantic history. They began importing enslaved Africans. The first enslaved Africans arrived in Hispaniola as early as 1501, initially in small numbers. By 1518, the Spanish king authorized the direct shipment of enslaved Africans to the Caribbean, and this royal approval opened the floodgates of the transatlantic slave trade to the Americas, a trade that would ultimately carry an estimated 12.5 million Africans across the ocean, the great majority of whom were destined for sugar-producing regions. The ecological transformation that sugar brought to the Caribbean was as dramatic as the human one. Islands that had been covered in tropical forest were progressively cleared to make way for sugarcane fields. The native plants and animals were pushed aside by a single crop from the other side of the world, tended by a labor force taken from yet another continent, for the benefit of European consumers thousands of miles away. The Caribbean sugar plantation was, in this sense, one of the first truly global enterprises, linking 4 continents in a web of trade, coercion, and environmental change. The early Caribbean sugar industry was modest compared to what would follow. Spanish sugar production, while growing, was limited by several things: The relatively small size of individual plantations, the distraction of Spanish attention by the discovery of gold and silver on the American mainland, and the sheer difficulty of shipping sugar across the Atlantic. The center of the Atlantic sugar industry would soon shift south to the Portuguese colony of Brazil, where the land was vast, and the Portuguese brought with them all the experience they had gained on their Atlantic island plantations. But those early Spanish plantations in the Caribbean established patterns that would prove deeply enduring. They showed that the tropics of the New World could produce sugar in quantities limited only by land and labor. They pioneered the use of enslaved African workers as the foundation of American sugar production. They began the ecological transformation of the Caribbean from diverse tropical forest into sugar fields stretching as far as the eye could see. And they drew the attention of other European powers, particularly England, France, and the Netherlands, who would eventually seize Caribbean territories of their own and build sugar industries that would make the Spanish originals look small. Columbus died in 1506, just 5 years after the first sugar harvest in Hispaniola. He died, believing he had failed to find the riches of Asia that he had been looking for. He could not have known that the sugarcane cuttings he had carried across the Atlantic, those humble bundles of plant stems from the Canary Islands, would prove more valuable than all the gold of the Indies. Sugar would make the Caribbean the most fought over, most exploited, and most profitable region on the planet, and its legacy would shape the peoples, economies, and cultures of the Americas in ways that are still felt today. And it is to the largest and most productive sugar colony of this early era that our story turns next, to the vast, green, and deeply troubled land of Brazil. When Pedro Alvarez Cabral made landfall on the coast of what is now Brazil in April of 1500, claiming the territory for the Portuguese crown, the vast tropical land he found was home to millions of native peoples, the Tupi, the Guarani, and many others, living in complex societies sustained by hunting, fishing, and farming. Within just a few decades, long stretches of this coastline would be transformed into the most productive sugar-producing region on Earth, and Brazil would become the engine that drove the expansion of the transatlantic slave trade to a scale that is difficult to comprehend. The Portuguese colonization of Brazil began in earnest in the 1530s, when the king divided the coastline into 15 long strips of territory stretching inland from the sea, each one granted to a trusted captain who was responsible for settling, defending, and developing the land. This system, borrowed from the model used in Madeira and the Azores, was designed to establish colonial control without requiring the crown to spend enormous sums directly. The captains received their land in exchange for loyalty, taxes, and military service, and they had wide freedom to organize production as they saw fit. Two captaincies in particular became the foundation of the Brazilian sugar empire, Pernambuco in the tropical northeast, and Bahia a bit further south along the coast. The combination of flat coastal plains, deep and fertile soil, tropical warmth, and reliable rainfall made these regions ideal for growing sugarcane. The Portuguese colonists, many of them experienced in sugar from their time in Madeira and São Tomé, recognized the potential immediately. Sugarcane cuttings were imported, land was cleared, and the first sugar mills were established in the 1530s and 1540s. The sugar mill in Brazil, called an engenho, was far more than just a mill. It was a self-contained world, an entire community built around the production of sugar. A typical engenho included vast fields of sugarcane stretching to the horizon, a great house where the mill lord lived with his family, quarters where the enslaved workers were housed, a chapel often served by a resident priest, workshops, stables, storage buildings, and the mill itself, where the cane was crushed and the juice was processed. Can you picture it? A miniature kingdom centered on a single crop, with one man at the top and hundreds of enslaved people at the bottom, all of their lives organized around the rhythm of the sugarcane harvest. The growth of the Brazilian sugar industry in the 1500s was explosive. By 1576, The captaincy of Pernambuco alone was exporting enormous quantities of sugar, and production nearly tripled in the years that followed. By the beginning of the 1600s, Brazil as a whole had roughly 200 sugar mills, and the territory had become the world's leading sugar producer. The mill lords, the Senhoras de Engenho, were the aristocrats of colonial Brazil. A large mill might use the labor of 50 or more enslaved people, along with overseers, craftsmen, and laborers. The mill lord held nearly absolute power within his domain, dispensing justice, administering punishment, and controlling the lives of hundreds of people. The social world of the Engenho was rigidly ordered, with the Portuguese lord at the top and enslaved Africans at the bottom, and it set patterns of racial hierarchy and social inequality that would shape Brazilian society for centuries to come. The initial workforce included native peoples who were captured and enslaved by the Portuguese, despite occasional attempts by the crown to restrict this practice. But as the sugar industry expanded and the demand for labor grew, the Portuguese turned increasingly to the transatlantic slave trade. By the late 1500s, enslaved Africans made up the majority of workers on the sugar plantations, and the importation of captive Africans continued to grow through the 1600s and 1700s. Over the entire period of the slave trade, Brazil received approximately 4.8 million enslaved Africans, the largest number of any destination in the Americas, and the majority were put to work in the sugar regions. The wealth generated by Brazilian sugar was staggering. Sugar was, for most of the colonial period, the single most valuable export of the Portuguese Empire. The sugar regions of northeastern Brazil were among the richest territories in the entire colonial world. The sugar was shipped to Lisbon in merchant vessels, refined in European workshops, and sold to consumers across the continent at great profit. The taxes collected on sugar were a vital source of income for the Portuguese crown, and the profits from the trade built churches, palaces, and public buildings in both Brazil and Portugal. This prosperity attracted the envious attention of other European powers. The Dutch, in particular, had their eyes on the sugar wealth of northeastern Brazil. In 1630, a Dutch fleet of 65 ships descended on Pernambuco and captured the cities of Olinda and Recife, establishing a colony they called New Holland. The Dutch occupation lasted until 1654, during which time the Dutch West India Company tried to maintain and expand the sugar industry, going so far as to bring enslaved Africans directly from their own trading posts on the West African coast. The Portuguese finally expelled the Dutch after years of grinding warfare, but the consequences of this episode extended far beyond the immediate conflict. During their time in Pernambuco, the Dutch had learned every detail of sugar production, from planting and harvesting to the technology of the mill and the management of the enslaved workforce. When they were driven out of Brazil, Dutch merchants and sugar experts carried this knowledge with them to the Caribbean, where they shared it with English and French colonists who were just beginning to establish their own sugar colonies on islands like Barbados, Martinique, and Guadeloupe. This transfer of Brazilian sugar expertise to the Caribbean was one of the most consequential exchanges of knowledge in economic history, and it set the stage for the explosive growth of Caribbean sugar in the second half of the 1600s. The sugar industry of Pernambuco never fully recovered from the devastation of the Dutch wars. The center of Brazilian sugar shifted south to Bahia, which became the leading production region in the late 1600s. But by then, Brazilian sugar was facing tough competition from the Caribbean islands, which had the advantages of fresher soil, closer proximity to European markets, and the energetic support of the expanding British and French empires. Brazil remained an important sugar producer, but its era of unchallenged global dominance was over. The legacy of the Brazilian sugar empire is deeply embedded in the fabric of Brazilian society to this day. The racial hierarchies established on the Engenhos, the cultural mixing of African native and Portuguese traditions that happened in the slave quarters and the cane fields, The patterns of land ownership and inequality that began with the captaincy system, all of these continue to shape Brazil. The magnificent colonial churches of Salvador de Bahia and Olinda, their interiors shining with gold leaf, paid for by sugar profits, stand as monuments both to the wealth that sugar created and to the suffering that produced it. And it is to the deepest and most painful part of that suffering, the transatlantic slave trade itself, that our story must now turn. In 1781, the captain of a slave ship called the Zong made a calculation. His vessel was running low on water. Disease was spreading among the people chained in the hold. Many of them would likely die before the ship reached Jamaica. Dead slaves were a total financial loss, but slaves thrown overboard alive could be claimed as cargo lost at sea under the ship's insurance policy. Over the course of 3 days in late November, the crew of the Zong threw 132 enslaved Africans, alive and conscious, into the Atlantic Ocean. When the ship's owners filed their insurance claim in London, they treated the mass murder as a routine business loss, no different from discarding spoiled goods. The insurance company disputed the claim, not because what had happened was monstrous, but because they argued the loss could have been avoided. The case went to trial. The judge, ruling in favor of the owners, compared the drowning of the enslaved people to the disposal of horses. The Zong case, and the cold legality that surrounded it, captured in miniature the fundamental logic of the transatlantic slave trade, human beings treated as units of production in an economic system built to satisfy Europe's appetite for sugar. The transatlantic slave trade was the largest forced movement of human beings in recorded history. Over a period of roughly 366 years, from the late 1400s to the late 1800s, approximately 12.5 million Africans were loaded onto slave ships on the coasts of West and Central Africa and transported across the Atlantic to the Americas. Of those 12.5 million, roughly 11 million survived the journey to reach land on the other side. The rest, nearly 2 million men, women, and children, died at sea from disease, starvation, abuse, or despair. On some ships, as many as 1 in 3 did not survive. Sugar was the engine that drove this catastrophe. The connection between sugar production and the enslavement of Africans was not a side note in the story. It was the story. Roughly 70% of all enslaved Africans who arrived in the Americas were put to work producing sugar or its byproducts, rum and molasses. Approximately 80% of all captive Africans who survived the ocean crossing were destined for sugar plantations. The growing European appetite for sweetness, swelling decade by decade from the 1500s onward, created a demand for labor so vast that it could not be met by any willing workforce, and the result was the organized industrial-scale trafficking of human beings across an ocean. The geography of the enslaved population challenges some common assumptions. Of the roughly 11 million Africans who survived the crossing, about 4.8 million were taken to Brazil, about 4.7 million to the Caribbean, and only about 388,000 to North America. Roughly 90% of all survivors ended up in the Caribbean or South America, precisely the regions where sugar production was most concentrated. The slave trade was organized around what historians call the triangular trade, a three-sided commercial route that connected Europe, Africa, and the Americas. On the first side, European ships carried manufactured goods, textiles, firearms, iron bars, glass beads, and alcohol from ports like Liverpool, Bristol, Nantes, and Amsterdam to trading posts on the West African coast. There, these goods were exchanged for captive Africans. On the second side, the captured people were transported across the Atlantic in conditions of terrible cruelty. On the third side, the ships carried sugar, rum, molasses, and tobacco from the Americas back to European ports, where they were sold at great profit. The crossing itself, the Middle Passage, was a journey of horror lasting anywhere from several weeks to several months. The captives were confined below decks in spaces that allowed as little as 2 or 3 square feet per person. They were fed the bare minimum of food, and fresh water was rationed. Disease spread rapidly in the filthy, airless holds. Those who died were thrown overboard. Those who survived arrived weakened, traumatized, and facing a lifetime of forced labor in the sugar fields. The economics of the trade were coldly logical. European merchants and plantation owners calculated the cost of buying, shipping, and feeding an enslaved worker against the money that worker could generate through sugar production, and they found the calculation hugely profitable. A single enslaved person might cost a certain amount to purchase, while the sugar produced by that person's labor in a single year could be worth several times the price paid. The African societies from which the captives were taken were devastated. The regions most heavily targeted lost millions of their most productive people. Wars fought to capture slaves tore apart entire communities. The gender balance of many societies was disrupted as the trade took a disproportionate number of young men. Political systems were distorted as rulers who participated in the slave trade gained power through access to European weapons and goods. The enslaved Africans came from a vast range of peoples, languages, and traditions. They included dozens of different ethnic groups, each with their own languages, their own religions, their own artistic traditions, and their own ways of life. The blending of these diverse African cultures in the harsh world of the sugar plantation produced new cultural creations that profoundly shaped the societies of the Americas. The music, the faith, the cooking, the languages, and the arts of the African diaspora, from Brazilian samba and the martial art of capoeira to Haitian spiritual traditions, from Jamaican reggae to Cuban salsa, all have their roots in the creative spirit of enslaved people who were brought across the ocean to produce sugar. The guilt for the slave trade reached far beyond the ship captains and plantation owners. European banks financed slaving voyages. Insurance companies covered the risks of the Middle Passage, treating enslaved human beings as cargo to be insured against loss. Merchants in every major European port traded in the products of slave labor, and every consumer who sweetened their tea with Caribbean sugar or flavored their food with rum made from molasses was, however distantly, a participant in a system built on the destruction of African lives. The end of the transatlantic slave trade came slowly and unevenly over the course of the 1800s. Britain ended its slave trade in 1807, followed by the United States the next year, though illegal trading continued for decades. France, the Netherlands, Spain, and Portugal followed at various points. Brazil, the last major destination for enslaved Africans, did not end its slave trade until 1850. The freeing of enslaved people themselves came later still, in the British Empire in 1833, in the French colonies in 1848, in the United States in 1865, in Cuba in 1886, and in Brazil in 1888. But the end of slavery did not end the use of forced or exploited labor in sugar production. The fundamental logic of the sugar plantation, extracting as much work as possible for as little cost as possible in order to produce a product for distant markets, proved remarkably durable, surviving the legal abolition of slavery and adapting to new conditions. The transatlantic slave trade was not a natural disaster. It was a human creation, driven by human greed and sustained by human indifference. At its center, providing the economic motive and the commercial justification, was a white, crystalline substance that Europeans had learned to crave. The sweetness that delighted the palates of London and Paris was produced by a system of suffering so vast and so long that its consequences are still being felt today in the inequalities of the Americas, in the demographics of the African continent, and in the collective memory of millions of descendants of those who were stolen from their homes and forced across the sea to grow a crop they would never be free to enjoy. And to understand the full depth of that suffering, we must now enter the sugar plantation itself. To understand the true cost of sugar, we must leave the counting houses of London and Lisbon, the drawing rooms where ladies stirred sweetness into their tea, and the trading floors where merchants tallied their profits. We must travel instead to the plantation itself, to the cane fields baking under tropical sun, to the boiling houses thick with steam and the smell of rendering juice, to the cramped quarters where enslaved men, women and children tried to survive conditions designed to extract the most possible work at the lowest possible cost. The sugar plantation was, in the blunt judgment of many who have studied it, a place of death that happened to produce a product. The yearly cycle of the sugar plantation was divided into two main seasons. The planting and growing season, during the wetter months, required the preparation of fields, the planting of cane cuttings, and the constant weeding and tending of the growing crop. The harvest season, known in the Caribbean as crop time, was the period of most intense and dangerous labor, lasting roughly 5 to 6 months and demanding nearly every waking hour of the enslaved workforce. During crop time, enslaved field workers were woken before dawn and marched to the cane fields, where they labored under the scorching tropical sun for 16 hours or more each day. The work of cutting sugarcane was brutally physical, armed with large, heavy blades. Workers bent at the waist to cut each cane stalk close to the ground where the sugar content was highest. The stalks could grow taller than a person, they were heavy, their leaves were sharp enough to cut skin, and the fields were full of insects, snakes, and other creatures. Overseers supervised the work and enforced discipline through the constant threat and frequent use of the whip. Once cut, the cane had to be processed quickly. Sugarcane begins to lose its sweetness within hours of being harvested, so the mill and boiling house operated continuously during crop time, often around the clock. This meant that the same people who had spent the day cutting cane in the fields might be sent to work through the night in the processing buildings. The sugar mill, where the cane was crushed to squeeze out its juice, was one of the most dangerous workplaces in the colonial world. The mill consisted of 3 heavy vertical rollers turned by water, wind, or animal power, through which the cane stalks were fed by hand. Workers who fed the cane into the rollers risked having their hands, their arms, or their entire bodies caught and pulled through the mechanism. So common were these injuries that plantations kept a hatchet beside the mill so that a trapped limb could be immediately cut off to save the worker's life. Many did not survive even that. The boiling house, where the juice was heated and reduced into sugar, was equally dangerous. Enormous copper pots were heated far beyond the boiling point of water. The juice was moved from one pot to the next in a series of progressively smaller and hotter vessels. Workers labored in intense heat, surrounded by steam and smoke, lifting heavy ladles of scalding liquid while open fires blazed beneath them. Burns were common, and accidents could be fatal. The heat was so overwhelming that boiling house workers were sometimes given extra rations of rum simply to keep them on their feet through their shifts. The death rates on sugar plantations are staggering, even by the terrible standards of slavery as a whole. Between 25 and 50% of newly arrived enslaved Africans died within the first 3 years after reaching a Caribbean sugar plantation, a period called seasoning, during which they were broken into the work routine and exposed to unfamiliar tropical diseases. The average working life of an enslaved person on a sugar plantation has been estimated at roughly 7 years. On many Caribbean sugar islands, the enslaved population did not have enough children to replace the people who died, let alone to grow. Keeping the workforce going required a constant flow of new captives from Africa, which is one reason the slave trade to the Caribbean continued at such high volume for so long. The causes of this terrible death toll were many. The physical demands of sugar labor wore the body down. Tropical diseases including malaria, yellow fever, and dysentery swept through the crowded living quarters with terrible regularity. Food was scarce and poor, typically just salted fish or meat, and whatever the workers could grow on small garden plots. Living conditions were cramped, dirty, and offered little protection from the weather. Medical care was virtually non-existent, and hanging over all of these physical hardships was the constant psychological weight of enslavement itself, the violence, the stripping away of humanity, the tearing apart of families, and the absence of any hope of freedom. And yet, despite these crushing conditions, enslaved people found ways to resist, to preserve their dignity, and to build communities of mutual support. Resistance took many forms, from quiet, daily acts of defiance, slowing the pace of work, breaking tools, pretending to be sick, damaging equipment, to more dramatic acts of open rebellion, running away, setting fires, and organizing armed revolts. Among the most remarkable expressions of resistance were the Maroon communities. Across the Caribbean and South America, enslaved people who escaped from plantations made their way to remote, hard-to-reach places, the mountains of Jamaica, the deep forests of Suriname, the swamps and highlands of Brazil, and there they built independent communities with their own social structures, their own farming systems, and their own ability to defend themselves. These communities proved remarkably difficult for colonial armies to defeat. In Jamaica, the Maroon communities trace their origins to enslaved Africans who escaped during the period of Spanish rule and joined with native Taino people in the island's mountainous interior. A legendary leader known as Queen Nanny is remembered as a brilliant strategist and spiritual guide who is said to have helped hundreds of enslaved people escape to freedom. The guerrilla war waged by the Jamaican Maroons in the 1730s disrupted the sugar economy so severely that the British were eventually forced to sign treaties with them, granting them legal independence and land rights that they hold to this day. Queen Nanny is now honored as a national hero of Jamaica. Other uprisings struck directly at the plantation system. In 1760, a man named Taki, believed to have been a leader in his West African homeland, led a coordinated attack on several plantations in Jamaica, killing owners and overseers and seizing weapons. Hundreds of enslaved people joined the rebellion within a single day, and the uprising disrupted sugar production across a wide area before it was finally crushed by British military forces. Alongside these acts of open resistance, enslaved people preserved and adapted their cultural traditions in ways that deeply shaped the societies of the Americas. African religious practices, musical traditions, languages, cooking techniques, and knowledge of healing all survived the crossing from Africa and were adapted to the conditions of plantation life. The small garden plots that plantation owners sometimes allowed enslaved workers to tend for growing their own food became spaces of relative freedom, places where African farming knowledge and community life could be maintained. The sugar plantation was a machine designed to turn human suffering into sweetness. It succeeded in producing vast amounts of sugar that enriched European merchants, plantation owners, and colonial governments. But it also produced something its creators never intended: a legacy of cultural strength, political awareness, and collective memory that would ultimately help destroy the very system that had created it. The enslaved people who endured the sugar plantation did not merely suffer. They survived, they resisted, they created, and they remembered. And their descendants carry that memory forward. Even now, from the sugar plantations of individual colonies, we now widen our view to look at the Caribbean as a whole and at the extraordinary wealth and terrible cost of the sugar islands. Around 1640, a planter in Barbados named Colonel James Drax returned from a visit to Dutch-controlled territory in Brazil with an idea that would transform the Caribbean. He had seen the great sugar mills of Pernambuco, had watched enslaved Africans feeding cane through the heavy rollers, had tallied in his mind the fortunes flowing from those boiling houses. He purchased the equipment he needed, hired Dutch merchants and Jewish sugar experts who had been expelled from Brazil, and began converting his own struggling tobacco fields into sugarcane plantations. Within just 2 decades, tiny Barbados, an island you could walk across in a single day, would generate more trade money for England than all of the North American colonies put together. The sugar revolution had arrived. The transformation was swift and total. Island after island was converted from a mixed colonial economy, growing tobacco, cotton, and food, into a sugar-only operation worked by enslaved Africans. These tiny Caribbean islands, many of them no larger than a modest county, became the most valuable pieces of land on Earth, producing profits that made the vast continental colonies to the north look poor by comparison, and sparking some of the fiercest rivalries between European empires in all of history. Barbados was where it all began. English settlers had arrived on the island starting in 1627, initially growing tobacco, cotton, and indigo on small farms, worked by a mix of indentured European servants and a small number of enslaved Africans. The tobacco they produced was poor quality compared to what Virginia could grow, and the colony struggled. Colonel Drax's sugar gamble changed everything. Within 20 years, Barbados was transformed from a failing tobacco colony into the richest sugar island in the Caribbean. Small farms were swallowed up into large plantations. The European indentured servants were replaced by a rapidly growing enslaved African workforce. The island's entire economy was rebuilt around sugar production. By the 1660s, Barbados was producing more sugar than all of the Portuguese Atlantic islands combined, and the wealth it generated made its planter class among the richest men in the English-speaking world. These planters lived in remarkable luxury, building grand houses, entertaining lavishly, and sending their sons to be educated in England. Many became absentee owners, preferring the comforts of London to the heat and disease of the tropics, managing their plantations through hired overseers while they enjoyed their wealth in English society. It was a comfortable arrangement, as long as one did not think too carefully about the human cost of the sugar that paid for it all. Jamaica, captured from Spain by England in 1655, became the next great sugar island. Larger and more mountainous than Barbados, Jamaica offered vast stretches of unused land suited to growing cane, and English planters, many of them crowding off the increasingly worn-out soils of Barbados, moved to Jamaica in large numbers. By the 1740s, Jamaica had become one of the world's leading sugar producers, its output rivaling and eventually surpassing that of Barbados. The Jamaican sugar industry was known for extremely large plantations, some working hundreds of enslaved people, and for levels of violence and cruelty that were striking even by the terrible standards of Caribbean slavery. But the single most productive and most profitable sugar colony in the entire Caribbean, and perhaps in the history of the world, was the French colony of Saint-Domingue, occupying the western third of the island of Hispaniola. France had established its claim through a treaty in 1697, and over the following century, French colonists, engineers, and enslaved Africans turned the colony into a sugar-producing operation of extraordinary output. By the 1780s, Saint-Domingue was producing roughly 40% of all the sugar consumed in Europe and was the single largest sugar producer in the world. The wealth generated by Saint-Domingue was immense. The colony's exports of sugar, coffee, indigo, and cotton made it the richest colony in the French Empire and one of the most valuable colonial possessions of any European power. French plantation owners used advanced watering systems and the latest processing technology, and they drove their enslaved workforce with a harshness that was notorious even in an age of organized cruelty. The enslaved population grew to roughly 500,000 by the late 1700s, outnumbering the white population by roughly 10 to 1. The Dutch played an important part in the expansion of Caribbean sugar, even though their own colonial holdings were relatively modest. Dutch merchants provided the money, the shipping, and the commercial know-how that made the sugar revolution in Barbados and other English colonies possible. Dutch traders supplied enslaved Africans to Caribbean plantations, lent money to planters, and bought their sugar for sale across Europe. The Dutch colony of Suriname, on the northern coast of South America, developed its own sugar industry, and Dutch trading posts along the West African coast were key sources of enslaved labor for the entire Caribbean system. The rivalry between France and England over Caribbean sugar territories was one of the great conflicts of the 1700s. Sugar islands were among the most valuable prizes fought over in every major European war of the period. During the 7 Years' War, Britain captured the French sugar island of Guadeloupe, and there was serious debate in the British Parliament over whether to keep Guadeloupe or Canada in the peace settlement. The fact that a tiny Caribbean island was considered a serious alternative to an entire continent tells you everything you need to know about the economic value of sugar in this era. The environmental consequences of the Caribbean sugar revolution were devastating and largely permanent. Islands that had been covered in tropical forest were stripped bare to make room for cane fields. Native wildlife was driven out or destroyed. Soils that had been rich and fresh were exhausted by continuous sugar farming and washed away once the protecting trees were gone. Water sources were polluted by runoff from the mills and boiling houses. The social structures created by Caribbean sugar proved just as lasting. The rigid racial hierarchies that placed white planters at the top, mixed-race free people in an uncertain middle, and enslaved black people at the bottom, shaped Caribbean societies in ways that are still visible today. The concentration of land ownership, the dependence on distant markets, the vulnerability to swings in commodity prices, and the deep inequalities established during the sugar era continue to influence the Caribbean nations of our own time. The Caribbean sugar islands represent, in concentrated and extreme form, the fundamental dynamics of the entire global sugar economy. They show how the combination of European money, African labor, and tropical land could produce extraordinary wealth alongside extraordinary suffering. And they reveal, with painful clarity, the human cost of sweetness. But within this system, a revolution was about to break out, one that would shake the foundations of the sugar world and change the course of history itself. On the night of August 22nd, 1791, the enslaved people of the northern province of Saint-Domingue did something that the builders of the Caribbean sugar system had always feared but believed impossible. They rose up. They seized machetes, torches, and whatever weapons they could find, and they attacked the sugar plantations that had consumed their lives and the lives of their parents and grandparents before them. Within days, more than 1,000 plantations were burning. The fire that consumed the cane fields of Saint-Domingue would burn, in one form or another, for 13 years, and when it was finally over, the most profitable sugar colony on earth had been destroyed, the institution of slavery had received its most devastating blow, and the world's first black republic had been born. The revolution did not begin by accident. It was planned. On August 14th, roughly 200 enslaved people gathered at a remote clearing in the mountains above the northern coastal plain. The gathering was organized as a religious ceremony led by a man named Dutty Boukman, a figure of commanding presence who served as both spiritual leader and political organizer. According to the old accounts, a priestess made a ritual sacrifice, and those present swore an oath to fight and die for their freedom. 8 days later, the uprising began. The speed and fury of the initial revolt stunned everyone. Within the first weeks, thousands of formerly enslaved people burned more than 180 sugar plantations and over 1,000 coffee farms in the northern province alone. The cane fields, those vast single-crop landscapes that had made Saint-Domingue the richest colony in the French Empire, provided the perfect fuel. The thick, dry stalks burned fiercely, and the fires sent columns of smoke visible for miles. For the enslaved people who set those fires, the burning cane fields were both a weapon and a symbol. They were destroying the very thing that had enslaved them. From the chaos of the initial uprising, leaders emerged. The most significant was a man named Toussaint Louverture, a figure of extraordinary military and political skill who would dominate the revolution for most of its duration. Toussaint had been born into slavery on a plantation in the northern province, where he had received an unusual education, learning to read and write and gaining knowledge of European military methods and political ideas. He joined the uprising shortly after it started and quickly proved himself an exceptional military commander and diplomat. Over the following decade, Toussaint navigated a political landscape of bewildering complexity. The revolution was not a simple conflict between enslaved people and their owners. It also involved the competing interests of free people of color, the intervention of multiple European powers, and the shifting tides of revolutionary politics in France itself. In 1794, the French National Convention, responding to the crisis and to abolitionist pressure, voted to abolish slavery in all French colonies, a decision that Toussaint and his forces had already effectively enforced on the ground. Toussaint, now the de facto ruler of Saint-Domingue, tried to rebuild the colony's shattered economy while preserving the freedom of the formerly enslaved people. He required former slaves to return to the plantations as paid workers, a practical but unpopular compromise that he believed necessary to keep the colony economically viable. It was a delicate balance, and it would not hold for long. Napoleon Bonaparte, who came to power in France in 1799, was determined to restore French control over Saint-Domingue and, with it, the immensely profitable sugar economy the revolution had disrupted. In late 1801, Napoleon sent his brother-in-law, General Leclerc, with a force of roughly 20,000 soldiers, one of the largest military expeditions ever sent across the Atlantic, to reconquer the colony and reimpose slavery. The French forces arrived in early 1802, and a brutal war began. Through a combination of military force and diplomatic trickery, the French managed to capture Toussaint Louverture in June of 1802. He was put on a ship to France and imprisoned in a cold mountain fortress high in the Jura Mountains, far from the tropical land he had fought for. He died there the following April, of cold and hunger alone. Before his capture, Toussaint is said to have told his captors that in taking him down, they had merely cut the trunk of the tree of Black Liberty, and that it would grow back from its roots, because those roots were many and deep. His words proved true. The French effort to reconquer Saint-Domingue collapsed in the face of two enemies. The first was the continued armed resistance of the people, now led by generals named Dessalines and Christophe. The second, and perhaps the more lethal, was yellow fever. The mosquitoes of Saint-Domingue proved deadlier than any army. The disease swept through the French forces with catastrophic speed, killing thousands of soldiers who had no resistance to it. General Leclerc himself died of yellow fever in October of 1802. His replacement continued the war with increasing desperation, but the outcome was no longer in doubt. By November of 1803, the remaining French forces surrendered, and the last French soldiers left the island in December. On January 1, 1804, Dessalines declared the independence of the new nation. He named it Haiti, the old native word for the island, meaning mountainous land. Haiti became the second independent nation in the Western Hemisphere, after the United States, and the first to be born from a revolution of enslaved people. Its very existence was a rebuke to the institution of slavery and to the racial beliefs that supported it, and the major slave-holding powers of the world, including the United States, refused to recognize Haitian independence for decades. The impact of the Haitian Revolution on the global sugar industry was immediate and enormous. Saint-Domingue sugar production, which had supplied roughly 40% of the European market, collapsed to almost nothing. Sugar prices soared, and other producing regions raced to fill the gap. Cuba, which had been a relatively small sugar producer before the revolution, rapidly expanded its own industry to take advantage of the new opportunity. Jamaica and other British Caribbean colonies also increased their output, as did the sugar regions of Brazil. Napoleon's failure in Haiti had consequences that reached far beyond the Caribbean. His defeat there, which cost the lives of as many as 50,000 French soldiers, convinced him to abandon his plans for a French empire in the Americas. In 1803, he sold the Louisiana Territory to the United States for $15 million, doubling the size of the young American Republic and opening the way for its expansion across the continent. The Louisiana Purchase, one of the most important land deals in history, was a direct result of the defeat of French armies by formerly enslaved sugar workers in Saint-Domingue. The Haitian Revolution also sent waves of fear through every slave-holding society in the Americas. Planters in Jamaica, Cuba, Virginia, and throughout the American South lived in dread of a similar uprising. Colonial governments tightened their laws controlling enslaved people and increased military patrols. But for abolitionists and for enslaved people themselves, Haiti carried a different message entirely: proof that the enslaved could free themselves, that the plantation system could be overthrown, and that a people who had been denied their humanity could build a nation of their own. The revolution that began in the cane fields of Saint-Domingue was the most successful slave revolt in all of human history. It destroyed the most profitable sugar colony the world had ever known. It created a nation. It reshaped the map of the Americas, and it showed with a clarity that no argument from a book or a lecture hall could match the fundamental wrong of a system that built its wealth on the destruction of human freedom. The fires that consumed the sugar plantations of Saint-Domingue were not merely fires of destruction. They were fires of liberation. And now our story crosses the ocean again to look at how sugar was quietly transforming the everyday life of an entire nation, the nation that would become the world's greatest sugar consumer, Britain. In a cramped London factory sometime in the 1840s, a woman on her half-hour break poured boiling water over a pinch of black tea leaves and stirred in 2 lumps of sugar. The tea had come from the foothills of India. The sugar had come from Jamaica. She drank it standing up, one hand still smudged with the grime of her shift, and the warmth and sweetness gave her just enough energy to face the remaining hours of work. She did not know, and perhaps would not have cared, that the sugar dissolving on her tongue had been produced by enslaved people on a Caribbean plantation, shipped across the Atlantic in the hold of a merchant ship, refined in a factory on the Thames, and delivered to her neighborhood shop through a commercial network stretching across 3 continents. She knew only that the tea was warm, the sugar was sweet, and together they made the day bearable. She was one of millions. And that simple ritual, repeated in factories and tenements and cottages across the British Isles, drove one of the most extraordinary changes in the history of eating. Between 1650 and 1900, sugar went from being an exotic luxury known only to the wealthy to an everyday necessity consumed by virtually every person in Britain. The numbers are remarkable. The average English person's sugar consumption rose from roughly £4 per year in 1704 to £18 by 1800 to a staggering £90 by 1901. Over 2 centuries, the average person went from eating virtually no sugar to consuming nearly £1/4 pound every single day. The forces that drove this extraordinary increase were intertwined. Sugar prices fell dramatically as the new plantations of Barbados and Jamaica poured ever-growing quantities into the English market. By the mid-1700s, sugar was no longer just for the aristocracy. Shopkeepers, craftsmen, clerks, and even some of the laboring poor could afford it. And then there was tea. Tea arrived in Britain in the mid-1600s and spread gradually through every level of society over the following 100 years. By 1750, tea drinking had become a national habit, practiced daily by people of every class, and the British drank their tea sweet. The custom of adding sugar to tea, which would have seemed odd to Chinese tea drinkers who valued the delicate flavor of the leaf on its own, became so deeply embedded in British life that tea and sugar became almost inseparable in the national mind. But the connection between tea and sugar was more than just a matter of taste. For the new industrial working class, laboring long hours in factories and mills, a cup of sweet tea provided a quick burst of energy, a moment of comfort in a grinding day, and a mild stimulant that helped them stay alert during repetitive work. Tea with sugar became the fuel of the British working class, the cheapest and most efficient way to deliver warmth, calories, and energy to a body worn out by industrial labor. Some factory owners even provided tea breaks for their workers, not out of kindness, but because they found that sweetened tea made people more productive. The dark byproducts of sugar refining, treacle, and molasses played their own part in the transformation of the British diet. These thick, dark, calorie-dense sweeteners were used widely in working-class cooking, appearing in puddings, porridges, and pies. Treacle was often the most affordable form of sweetness available to the poor, and its use became so common that it entered the language and folklore of everyday life. The British sugar trade was managed and protected through a system of laws, taxes, and regulations that made it one of the most politically important economic sectors in the country. Navigation laws required that colonial sugar be shipped only in English or colonial vessels, and that it pass through English ports before being sent anywhere else, ensuring that the profits of the sugar trade flowed through London. Taxes on foreign sugar, particularly from French and Spanish colonies, protected British Caribbean sugar from competition and kept prices higher than they needed to be. The political influence of the sugar interest in British public life was enormous. The West India interest, as the sugar lobby was known, was one of the most powerful pressure groups in 18th century British politics. At its height, the sugar planters and their allies could count more than 45 members of parliament among their supporters. Caribbean sugar colonies maintained paid lobbyists in London who worked constantly to influence laws in their favor. The planters, many of them living in luxury in London far from their tropical estates, formed a wealthy and politically connected class that wielded influence far beyond their numbers. Sugar also played a central role in the development of British banking and finance. The sugar trade required enormous amounts of money to buy and equip plantations, to purchase enslaved workers, to pay for shipping across the Atlantic, and to maintain the refining and distribution network at home. The financial instruments and institutions developed to manage the sugar trade, including shipping insurance, commodity trading, and complex credit networks, helped build the broader British financial system that would later support the country's industrial and imperial expansion. The great sugar refineries along the Thames were among the largest industrial operations in the country. Raw sugar from the Caribbean arrived at the docks in huge wooden barrels, each weighing up to a ton, and was processed in multi-story refinery buildings where it was dissolved, filtered, boiled, and crystallized into different grades for different markets. Loaf sugar for the wealthy, lump sugar for the middle classes, brown sugar and treacle for the poor. The largest refineries employed hundreds of workers and represented major concentrations of capital and labor. The consequences of sugar's transformation from luxury to necessity were wide-reaching. Sugar contributed to a fundamental shift in the British diet, increasing the total number of calories people consumed while at the same time reducing the nutritional quality of what they ate. The terrible state of British teeth, which became famous across Europe, was a direct result of the nation's extraordinary sugar consumption. The relationship between Britain and sugar was, in every sense, an imperial relationship. The sugar that sweetened the tea of a London factory worker was produced on a Caribbean plantation by enslaved Africans, carried across the Atlantic by British sailors, refined in a London factory, and sold through a commercial chain that stretched from the West End to the most remote village shop. Every link in that chain generated profit, employment, and tax revenue for Britain, while the costs in human suffering, in environmental destruction, in cultural devastation, were borne by the enslaved populations of the Caribbean and the societies of West Africa from which they had been torn. The British Empire was built on many things, but nothing was more central, more profitable or more destructive than sugar. And it was the taxes placed on this very substance that would help spark a revolution across the Atlantic in the young colonies of North America. In 1758, a young Virginia planter named George Washington ran for a seat in the colonial legislature. His entire campaign budget went to a single expense: 160 gallons of rum, purchased and handed out to voters on election day. He won. Washington's rum-fueled campaign was not unusual. It was standard practice in the British American colonies, where rum flowed through every layer of social and political life. Rum was served at christenings and funerals, handed out as military rations, offered to sailors and field workers, and consumed in enormous quantities at the taverns that served as the meeting halls of colonial democracy. And every drop of that rum began its journey as molasses, the dark, thick byproduct of sugar production on the plantations of the Caribbean. When the British Parliament decided to tax that molasses, it lit the fuse that would blow an empire apart. The connection between the North American colonies and the Caribbean sugar islands was one of the most important commercial relationships in the Atlantic world. The economy of colonial New England in particular was deeply tied to the sugar trade. New England merchants imported huge amounts of molasses from the Caribbean islands and turned it into rum in a network of distilleries stretching from Rhode Island to Massachusetts. By the mid-1700s, Massachusetts alone had more than 60 rum distilleries, producing hundreds of thousands of gallons each year. Rhode Island was even more deeply involved. The town of Newport alone had 30 rum distilleries, many of them owned by merchants who were at the same time involved in the slave trade. The rum produced in New England was not just a local drink. It was a key piece of the triangular trade that connected the American colonies, the Caribbean, and the West African coast. New England merchants shipped rum to trading posts in West Africa, where it was exchanged for captive Africans. The captives were then carried across the Atlantic, often to the sugar plantations of the Caribbean, where their labor produced the molasses that was sent back to New England to be made into more rum. The cycle fed itself, and fortunes were built upon it. The profitability of this whole system depended on getting cheap molasses. New England distillers preferred to buy their molasses from the French Caribbean islands, where it was cheaper and more plentiful than in the British Islands. This preference for French molasses infuriated the British West Indian sugar planters, who lobbied hard for protection. The result was a law passed in 1733 that imposed a heavy tax on all molasses imported into British North American colonies from non-British sources. The tax was designed not to raise money, but to force American colonists to buy only from British Caribbean planters at whatever price those planters chose to charge. The colonists responded with massive, systematic law-breaking. The tax was virtually unenforceable. Colonial merchants kept right on importing French molasses in huge quantities, smuggling it into American ports with the winking cooperation of customs officers who were easily and routinely paid to look the other way. For 30 years, the law sat on the books and was ignored in practice. Everything changed in April of 1764, when Parliament passed a new law known as the Sugar Act. This legislation replaced the old tax and actually lowered the rate, but it also imposed strict enforcement measures that the earlier law had lacked. New customs officers were appointed. Navy vessels were sent to patrol colonial waters. Smuggling cases were moved from sympathetic colonial juries to special courts, where conviction was almost guaranteed. The Sugar Act arrived at a time when the colonial economy was already struggling, and its effects were felt sharply in the commercial ports of New England. The stricter enforcement threatened the entire economic structure of the rum trade. The response was swift and angry. Samuel Adams, then a young political activist in Boston, drafted a formal protest for the Massachusetts legislature, arguing that the Sugar Act violated the rights of the colonists as British subjects. Another patriot, James Otis, made the argument that would become the rallying cry of the revolution, that taxation without representation was tyranny. The Sugar Act was the first in a series of revenue-raising measures imposed by Parliament on the American colonies. It was followed by the Stamp Act, then the Townshend Acts, and finally the Tea Act. Each new law generated increasing resistance and anger, building toward the crisis that led to the Declaration of Independence in 1776. But it was the Sugar Act that started the process, and it was the defense of the molasses and rum trade that first brought colonial merchants, lawyers, and political leaders together against British rule. Rum itself was woven deeply into the fabric of colonial American life. It was the most widely drunk spirit in the colonies, served in taverns, given out as a military ration, offered to voters at election time, and consumed at every social gathering from baptisms to burials. The Continental Army that fought the Revolution was fueled in part by rum rations, and the disruption of the rum supply by British naval blockades was a serious problem for the revolutionary cause. The role of sugar in the American Revolution is often overshadowed in popular memory by the more dramatic story of the Boston Tea Party, the 1773 protest against the Tea Act that has become the most famous image of colonial resistance. But the Tea Party was, in a sense, the culmination of a process that had begun a decade earlier with the passage of the Sugar Act. The principle at the heart of the matter, that Parliament had no right to tax the colonies without their agreement, was first expressed in response to the taxing of sugar and molasses. There is a deep irony in sugar's role in the American Revolution. The colonists who protested against taxation and demanded their own liberty were in many cases deeply involved in the system of slavery and sugar production that produced the very molasses they were fighting to import cheaply. The Newport merchants who railed against the Sugar Act as an attack on their rights were the same men who shipped rum to Africa and traded it for enslaved human beings. The freedom that the American revolutionaries claimed for themselves was built, in part, on the denial of freedom to others, and the sugar trade was the mechanism through which this contradiction was most starkly revealed. The new American Republic that emerged from the Revolution would continue to be shaped by sugar in the centuries that followed. Sugar farming would expand into Louisiana and Florida. The rum trade would gradually give way to whiskey as the national drink, and the deep link between sugar and slavery would feed the growing tensions between North and South that would eventually tear the country apart in civil war. But the founding spark, the first flame of revolution, was a dispute over the taxing of a sweet, dark, sticky liquid from the Caribbean. And while Americans were fighting for their independence, another movement was taking shape across the Atlantic, one that would challenge the sugar system not through force of arms, but through the force of conscience. In 1791, a London merchant named William Fox sat down and wrote a short pamphlet that would change the relationship between shoppers and morality forever. His argument was simple and devastating. Every person who put sugar in their tea, he wrote, was responsible for what it cost to produce it. Fox calculated that for every pound of sugar consumed, a measurable amount of human life had been spent in its making. He was not speaking in figures of speech. He meant that the physical destruction of enslaved bodies, through exhaustion, injury, disease, and death, was the real price baked into every crystal of Caribbean sugar. The pamphlet was reprinted 26 times. Within months, an estimated 300,000 to 400,000 people across Britain had pledged to stop eating sugar. It was the world's first mass consumer boycott, and it was organized not by generals or politicians, but by ordinary people, housewives, Quakers, and schoolchildren, who decided that the sweetness in their puddings was not worth the suffering it required. The abolition movement in Britain had been building strength since the 1780s, driven by a group of Quakers, devout Christians, and Enlightenment thinkers who argued that the enslavement of Africans was a moral wrong that could not be tolerated. William Wilberforce, the eloquent and determined Member of Parliament who became the public face of the cause, introduced his first bill to end the British slave trade in 1789. The bill was defeated, and despite his persistent efforts, Parliament showed no sign of willingness to act against the enormously profitable slave trade. Frustrated by this failure in Parliament, the abolitionists turned to a different approach: direct pressure from consumers. If the government would not end the slave trade, perhaps the public could be persuaded to withdraw its support from the system. The reasoning was straightforward and powerful. British consumers bought roughly 150,000 tons of sugar each year, virtually all of it produced by enslaved workers on Caribbean plantations. If enough people refused to buy slave-produced sugar, the economic foundations of the plantation system would be weakened. The boycott was organized through local anti-slavery committees, church groups, and informal social networks, with Quakers playing an especially central role. Special sugar bowls were produced and sold, inscribed with messages reminding everyone at the table of the human cost of their sweetness. These sugar bowls, some of which still survive in museums, were both everyday household objects and political statements displayed prominently in middle-class homes as proof of the owner's moral convictions. One of the most striking things about the sugar boycott was the central role played by women. In an era when women had no vote, could not hold office, and were largely shut out of public life, the sugar boycott gave them a way to take political action rooted in the domestic sphere. It was women who bought and prepared the household food, and it was therefore women who had the power to decide whether that food would contain slave-produced sugar. Female abolitionists organized boycotts, circulated pamphlets, and persuaded their families and social circles to abstain. The sugar boycott has been recognized by historians as one of the earliest expressions of women's political action in modern British history. Children took part as well. Literature aimed at young people used clear moral arguments and vivid pictures to explain the connection between the sugar in their puddings and the suffering of enslaved people on distant plantations. It was a way of saying to an entire generation, the choices you make about what you eat have consequences for people you will never meet. The boycott promoted alternatives to slave-produced sugar. The most prominent was sugar imported from India, where it was made by free workers. This free sugar was sold at a higher price to consumers willing to pay more for a product not tainted by slavery. Some abolitionists went even further, giving up sugar entirely, and recipes for sugar-free meals and drinks were circulated to help people stick to their commitment. The immediate economic impact of the boycott is debatable. Sugar consumption in Britain may have dipped temporarily, but the long-term trend of increasing consumption continued. What mattered more was the political message. The boycott showed that a large and growing portion of the British public was willing to make personal sacrifices to oppose slavery. The sugar planters and their allies in Parliament were alarmed. The road from the sugar boycott to the end of slavery was long and hard. Wilberforce and his allies kept fighting year after year, facing fierce resistance from the West India interest. A partial victory came in 1807 when Parliament finally voted to end the British slave trade, making it illegal for British ships to carry enslaved Africans across the Atlantic. But ending the trade did not free those who were already enslaved, and the campaign for full emancipation continued for another 26 years. The law that finally freed the enslaved people of the British Empire was passed on August 28, 1833. More than 800,000 people were set free. But the law came with a bitter compromise. The British government agreed to pay £20 million in compensation, not to the people who had been enslaved and had suffered, but to the slave owners who were being deprived of what they called their property. This sum was one of the largest financial transactions in British history, and the loan taken out to pay it was not fully repaid until 2015. The compensation was distributed to roughly 3,000 slave-owning families. The largest single payment went to a member of Parliament who received a vast sum for the freedom of nearly 1,600 enslaved people. The formerly enslaved people themselves received nothing. They were required to continue working for their former owners for an additional period of so-called apprenticeship, a system so exploitative that it was abolished ahead of schedule in 1838. The sugar boycott and the broader abolition movement that surrounded it established principles and methods that would be used by social justice movements for centuries to come. The idea that consumers bear moral responsibility for the conditions under which the goods they buy are produced. The idea that individual buying decisions can be acts of political resistance. The idea that public campaigns of economic pressure can change government policy. All of these ideas were pioneered or brought to wide attention by the people who first asked the question, what does it truly cost to sweeten my tea? The end of slavery in the British Empire did not end the exploitation of labor for sugar production. Slavery continued in the French colonies until 1848, in the United States until 1865, in Cuba until 1886, and in Brazil until 1888. And in the British Empire itself, the sugar industry found new sources of cheap labor almost immediately, looking to the vast populations of India, China, and the Pacific Islands to replace the freed Africans on the plantations. The fight for justice in the world of sugar was far from over, and at the same time, an accidental discovery was about to break sugar's long dependence on tropical lands and tropical labor, thanks to an unlikely figure, Napoleon Bonaparte. In 1747, a Prussian chemist named Andreas Marggraf performed a series of experiments in his Berlin laboratory that would eventually transform the global sugar industry. Working with common root vegetables, Marggraf showed that the ordinary white beet contained the very same sweet substance found in sugarcane. The discovery was scientifically interesting but commercially pointless. The sugar content of the beets Marggraf worked with was extremely low, roughly 2% by weight, compared to the 10 or 15% typical of sugarcane. Extracting sugar from beets cost far more than simply buying cane sugar from the Caribbean. No sensible person would choose to make sugar from beets when cane sugar was available. No sensible person, that is, unless cane sugar suddenly became unavailable. Marggraf's student, a patient and determined man named Franz Karl Achard, spent the rest of his career trying to make beet sugar practical. Beginning in 1784, Achard embarked on a long program of careful breeding, selecting the beets with the highest sugar content from each generation and planting their seeds, gradually coaxing the sugar levels upward. After nearly 2 decades of quiet, painstaking work, he managed to raise the sugar content to about 5 or 6%, still well below sugarcane, but approaching the point where it might actually make commercial sense. In 1801, Achard opened the world's first beet sugar factory in Silesia, in what is now Poland. The factory was crude and unprofitable, but it proved the concept. Sugar could be made from a root crop grown in ordinary European soil, without any need for tropical colonies or ships crossing the Atlantic. The event that transformed Achard's modest curiosity into a matter of national strategy was Napoleon Bonaparte's continental system, the sweeping economic blockade that Napoleon imposed on Britain, beginning in 1806. The blockade was meant to strangle the British economy by cutting off its European markets, but it had an unintended consequence. It also cut continental Europe off from its supply of cane sugar, nearly all of which traveled through British-controlled shipping lanes and colonial territories. Sugar prices on the European continent shot upward, and what had been cheap and plentiful suddenly became scarce and expensive. Napoleon, who understood that the mood of his people mattered as much as military strength, recognized both the problem and the opportunity. If Europe could grow its own sugar from beets planted in its own fields, the continent would be freed from its dependence on British-controlled trade. In March of 1811, Napoleon issued an imperial decree making the beet sugar industry a national priority. He ordered land to be set aside for beet growing, factories to be built, and government resources to be thrown into the effort. The response was rapid. The number of beet sugar factories in France grew from just 4 in 1811 to roughly 300 by 1813, most of them in the farming regions of northern France. The quality of that early French beet sugar was poor, and it cost too much to make. But with cane sugar unavailable at any price, consumers had no choice, and the young industry enjoyed a captive market. French scientists and engineers worked urgently to improve everything: better methods of extracting the sugar, more efficient machinery, and beet varieties with higher sugar content. The pressure of wartime need compressed decades of potential development into a few frantic years. And then came Waterloo. Napoleon's defeat in 1815 and the end of his blockade opened European markets to a flood of cheap cane sugar from the British Caribbean. The effect on the infant beet sugar industry was devastating. Unable to compete on price, the great majority of French beet sugar factories closed almost overnight. By some accounts, only a single factory survived. The beet sugar experiment appeared to be finished, a wartime measure that had outlived its purpose. But the knowledge gained during those years was not lost. The breeding programs that had raised beet sugar content continued in Germany, France, and other European countries. The machinery continued to be improved, and the political and economic conditions that would make beet sugar competitive were slowly coming together. The abolition of slavery in the British Empire in 1833 disrupted Caribbean sugar production and raised its costs, narrowing the price gap between cane and beet. European governments, responding to the influence of their own farming communities, began putting up protective taxes and offering subsidies that shielded domestic beet sugar from foreign competition. The recovery of the European beet sugar industry in the second half of the 1800s was remarkable. Helped by these protections, improved beet varieties, and increasingly efficient factories, beet sugar production expanded rapidly across Germany, France, Austria, Russia, and Belgium. Through systematic breeding, the sugar content of cultivated beets had been raised from Margraaf's original 2% to over 15%, making beet sugar truly competitive with cane. Germany became the world's leading beet sugar producer, and German sugar technology was exported around the globe. By the end of the 1800s, the balance of world sugar production had shifted dramatically. Beet sugar accounted for roughly 2/3 of total world production, an astonishing reversal from the beginning of the century when cane had held a near-total monopoly. The rise of beet sugar broke the centuries-old link between sugar and tropical colonies, showing that sugar could be made in temperate climates by free European farmers working their own land. The competition between cane and beet sugar drove sugar prices steadily downward through the second half of the century. Sugar, which had been an expensive luxury for most of its European history, became one of the cheapest foods available within reach of even the poorest consumers. This price collapse was accelerated by the practice of European governments subsidizing their beet sugar industries and allowing excess production to be sold at below-cost prices on world markets, a practice that devastated cane sugar producers in the Caribbean and elsewhere. The story of beet sugar is, in one sense, a story of human cleverness overcoming the limits of geography. A laboratory curiosity, a patient breeding program, a military blockade, and the collective effort of scientists, farmers, and factory builders transformed a humble root vegetable into a major source of one of the world's most consumed products. But it is also a story of trade barriers, subsidies, and the bending of economic rules for the benefit of domestic industries at the expense of poorer tropical countries whose own livelihoods depended on sugar. The rivalry between cane and beet continues to this day. Beet sugar now accounts for roughly 20% of world production, with the European Union, Russia, and the United States as the leading producers. Cane sugar, grown primarily in Brazil, India, China, and Thailand, makes up the remaining 80%. The two products are identical in their sweetness, and most people cannot tell them apart. But the worlds that produce them remain very different, shaped by centuries of separate history that reach back to a Berlin laboratory and a French emperor's determination to free his continent from its dependence on Caribbean sweetness. And while beet sugar was rising in Europe, the sugar plantations of the tropics were adapting to the end of slavery in their own way through a new system of labor that was, in many ways, slavery by another name. On a morning in 1834, 36 men boarded a ship called the Atlas in the port of Calcutta. They were among the poorest people in India, landless laborers from the villages of Bihar and eastern Uttar Pradesh, recruited by men who had walked through their villages promising good wages, comfortable housing, and the chance to return home in 5 years. The Atlas was bound for Mauritius, a small island in the Indian Ocean that most of the men had never heard of, where sugar plantations that had just lost their enslaved workforce were desperate for new hands. None of the 36 men knew what awaited them. The journey from Calcutta took weeks, and when they stepped ashore at Port Louis, they found themselves on estates that still bore the marks and the logic of slavery. The barracks they were assigned had been built for enslaved people. The overseers who directed their work used the same methods. The sugar that consumed their days was the same sugar that had consumed the lives of millions of Africans before them. Those 36 men were the first trickle of what would become a flood. Between 1834 and the end of the First World War, approximately 2 million Indian workers were transported from the Indian subcontinent to 19 different colonial territories to work on sugar plantations and in other industries. The scale of this migration reshaped the populations of entire nations and created communities that live and thrive to the present day. Within 4 years of the Atlas's voyage, more than 25,000 Indian workers had been shipped to Mauritius, and the system was rapidly extended to other sugar colonies. The first Indian workers arrived in British Guiana and Trinidad in 1838, beginning a flow of migration that would continue for nearly 80 years. The workers were recruited from the poorest and most vulnerable communities of India, primarily from Bihar, the eastern provinces, and the south. Many were landless farm workers or members of communities with few economic options. The recruiters, who traveled through the Indian countryside making promises, told stories that bore little resemblance to reality. The journey to the colonies was presented as an opportunity. What awaited on the other side was something very different. The conditions under which these workers lived and labored frequently resembled slavery. Workers were bound by contract to a specific plantation for 5 years, during which they could not leave, could not change employers, and could not refuse work without facing criminal punishment. Discipline was often violent, with whipping, beating, and confinement as common penalties for any number of supposed offenses. Housing was typically overcrowded and unhealthy, with large numbers of workers crammed into barracks that had originally been built for enslaved people. Wages, though supposedly paid, were frequently reduced by charges for housing, food, tools, and fines, leaving workers with little or nothing at the end of each month. The death toll among these workers, while generally lower than among enslaved people, was nonetheless deeply troubling. Disease, poor nutrition, and the physical demands of sugar plantation work took a heavy toll. The psychological burden of being thousands of miles from home in an unfamiliar climate, speaking languages they did not understand, and subject to the authority of employers who saw them as little more than units of labor, was severe. This system of bound labor spread across the sugar-producing world. In Fiji, starting from 1879, Indian workers were brought to work on sugarcane plantations that British colonists were developing. In Natal, the southeastern province of South Africa, Indian workers arrived beginning in 1860 to work on the sugar estates of the coastal lowlands. In Trinidad and British Guiana, Indian workers became the backbone of the sugar industry, and their descendants now make up a major part of the population of both countries. The legacy of this migration is written in the makeup of nations. People of Indian descent today make up roughly 40% of the population of Trinidad and Tobago, roughly 40% of the population of Guyana, and a large share of the population of Fiji, along with significant communities in Mauritius, Suriname, South Africa, and elsewhere. These communities have preserved and adapted Indian cultural traditions, languages, religious practices, and cooking, creating distinctive cultures that blend Indian roots with the influences of their new homelands. China was another important source of bound labor for the sugar industry. Chinese workers were recruited and in many cases tricked or kidnapped to work on sugar plantations in Cuba, Peru, Hawaii, and other locations. This trade was marked by particularly harsh exploitation. Workers were trapped in a system of debt, with the costs of their passage and recruitment subtracted from their wages, often keeping them in servitude for years beyond their supposed contract period. In Cuba, where African slavery continued until 1886, Chinese workers labored alongside enslaved Africans on the same plantations, and the conditions they endured were virtually the same. Perhaps the most troubling form of post-slavery labor recruitment for the sugar industry was the practice known as blackbirding, the coercive and often violent recruitment of Pacific Islanders to work on sugar plantations in Australia and elsewhere. Between 1863 and 1908, an estimated 55,000 to 62,000 workers, mostly from islands in the Pacific, were brought to the sugar plantations of Queensland, Australia. These workers were recruited through methods that ranged from outright kidnapping to dishonest promises about the nature and length of the work they would be doing. The conditions on Queensland sugar plantations were harsh. Roughly 30% of those brought to Queensland, about 15,000 people, died during their period of service. Many were very young, and many never returned to their homes. The systems that replaced slavery on sugar plantations shared a common logic with the institution they replaced. Both were ways of extracting cheap labor from vulnerable people to produce a product for export to distant markets. Both depended on legal pressure, physical force, and the exploitation of desperate circumstances. Both produced enormous profits for plantation owners and colonial governments, while leaving the workers themselves impoverished and damaged. The formal ending of slavery was a genuine moral achievement. But the continued use of forced and semi-forced labor in the sugar industry under different legal names reveals a hard truth. The demand for cheap sweeteners has, throughout its history, created a demand for cheap labor, and that demand has been satisfied century after century by the exploitation of those with the fewest protections and the fewest choices. And even as the labor systems of sugar were evolving, the technology of sugar production itself was undergoing a revolution of its own. On an autumn day in 1843, on a sugar plantation in Louisiana, a young engineer named Norbert Rilliot watched as steam moved through a series of sealed chambers he had designed. Inside those chambers, sugarcane juice was boiling at temperatures far lower than anyone had thought possible, turning into crystals of sugar that were whiter, purer, and more uniform than anything the old methods had ever produced. Rilliot was a free man of color born in 1806 to a wealthy French planter and an enslaved woman of African descent, educated at one of the finest schools in Paris, and now standing in the middle of a slave state where people who shared half his ancestry were denied their most basic human rights. The machine he had built would change sugar production around the world and help transform sugar from a luxury item into an everyday product. The fact that a man of African descent created the technology that made the modern sugar industry possible while surrounded by the very institution that had built the old one was as sharp an irony as any in American history. For centuries before Rilliot, the making of sugar had been a craft. It relied on the accumulated knowledge and physical skill of workers who tended fires, judged temperatures by eye, and tested the readiness of boiling juice by touch, feeling the texture of a drop between their fingers. The boiling house of a Caribbean sugar plantation in the 16 or 1700s would have been recognizable to a medieval Arab sugar maker. Copper pots over open fires, ladles for moving the juice, cone-shaped clay molds for crystallization, and an enormous demand for human labor at every step. The shift to machines began with the mill. Traditional sugar mills, which crushed the cane between heavy rollers turned by wind, water, or animal power, were slow, inefficient, and limited in how much they could process. The arrival of steam power in the early 1800s dramatically increased the speed and capacity of the crushing process. Steam-powered mills could run continuously regardless of weather or water supply. They could handle far larger amounts of cane, and they squeezed out a much higher share of the available juice. Rilliers' great contribution was what became known as the multiple-effect evaporator. Before his invention, the standard method of processing sugar was a system of open copper kettles, each heated by its own separate fire, with workers moving the juice by hand from one kettle to the next. The method was slow, dangerous, fuel-hungry, and produced sugar of inconsistent quality. The workers who operated this system were constantly at risk of being burned by the boiling juice. Rilliers' evaporator enclosed the entire boiling process within a series of sealed chambers. By lowering the air pressure inside the chambers, the system reduced the temperature at which the juice would boil, allowing it to be concentrated using less heat. And here was the clever part. The steam produced in one chamber was used to heat the next one, creating a cascading chain of evaporation that was far more efficient with fuel than the old method. The results were dramatic. The system produced better sugar using less fuel and less labor. Rillier received a patent in 1846, and his technology was quickly adopted across the sugar industry. By cutting fuel costs, improving quality, and reducing the need for dangerous manual work, his invention helped make sugar cheap enough for ordinary people to buy every day. It is now recognized as one of the most important American inventions of the 19th century. But Rillier faced constant discrimination because of the color of his skin. Despite his brilliance, he was subject to all the restrictions that Louisiana's racial laws imposed on people of color. He eventually returned to France, where he spent his later years working on beet sugar technology. He died in Paris in 1894, and it was many years before his contributions received the recognition they deserved. Another key technology was the centrifuge, introduced to sugar processing in the mid-1800s. The centrifuge used rapid spinning to separate sugar crystals from molasses far more quickly and completely than the old method of letting the dark liquid drain slowly through cone-shaped molds. Sugar made with a centrifuge was drier, whiter, and more consistent, and the centrifuge dramatically shortened the final stage of sugar making. Together, the evaporator and the centrifuge made possible the construction of large-scale refineries capable of turning raw sugar into the standardized high-quality product that the growing consumer market wanted. In Britain, the sugar refining industry consolidated into a small number of large companies. A Liverpool sugar merchant named Henry Tate acquired the rights to a method of producing sugar cubes and opened a large refinery on the Thames in London in 1878. A Scottish businessman named Abram Lyle opened a competing refinery nearby in 1883, specializing in the production of a refined sugar syrup that became an instant commercial success, selling enormous quantities from its very first year. Tate and Lyle, though their refineries stood just yards apart along the river, famously could not stand each other and never met in person. Their companies merged in 1921 after both founders had died, creating a combined business that refined roughly half of all the sugar consumed in the United Kingdom. Henry Tate, a generous supporter of the arts, used his sugar wealth to found what is now one of London's most important art museums. The railway was another vital piece of sugar's industrialization. The building of narrow-gauge railways across Caribbean sugar plantations and on the sugarlands of Cuba, Hawaii, Australia, and other producing regions transformed the way sugar got from field to mill. Before railways, cut cane had to be hauled from field to mill by ox cart, a slow process that limited how far from the mill cane could profitably be grown. Plantation railways dramatically expanded the area each mill could serve, allowing the consolidation of production into larger, more efficient central factories. The industrialization of sugar had far-reaching social effects. Machines reduced the need for some kinds of labor while increasing the need for others. The amount of money required to build and equip a modern sugar operation favored large companies and drove smaller producers out of business. Wealth and power were concentrated in fewer and fewer hands. By the end of the 1800s, the sugar industry had been transformed from a labor-intensive colonial operation into a mechanized, capital-intensive global business. The white, uniform, neatly packaged sugar sitting on the table of a late 19th century household bore little resemblance, in either appearance or price, to the dark, sticky loaves sold by weight in medieval apothecary shops. The age of industrial sugar had arrived, and one country, more than any other, would come to embody its promise and its contradictions. In January of 1970, Fidel Castro stood before the Cuban nation and issued an extraordinary command. Every able-bodied person on the island would help cut sugarcane. Students were pulled from classrooms. Soldiers were marched from barracks to the fields. Office workers traded their desks for machetes. Volunteers arrived from other countries to swing blades under the tropical sun. The goal was 10 million tons of sugar in a single harvest season, a number so enormous that it would shatter every record in Cuban history and prove to the world what a revolutionary society could accomplish. For months, the entire island bent to the task. The rhythmic sound of machetes striking cane stalks became the soundtrack of Cuban life. The harvest fell short. It produced 8.5 million tons, a remarkable figure by any measure, but a failure by the impossible standard Castro himself had set. Worse still, the obsessive focus on sugar had starved every other part of the economy. Food ran short. Factories stood idle. Public services fell apart. It was a moment that revealed a truth Cuba had been living with for nearly 2 centuries. Sugar could give everything, and sugar could take everything away. Spain had brought sugarcane to Cuba as early as the 1520s, but for most of the colonial period, the island's sugar industry remained small compared to the great sugar colonies of the Caribbean. Cuba's economy was more varied than those of Barbados or Saint Domingue, producing tobacco, cattle, and a range of crops alongside modest amounts of sugar. The Great Transformation came in the wake of the Haitian Revolution, which destroyed the world's largest sugar producer and sent global sugar prices soaring. Cuban planters, seeing an enormous opportunity, moved rapidly to expand production. Output grew from roughly 14,000 tons in 1790 to 34,000 tons by 1805, and the pace of expansion only accelerated from there. This expansion was powered by a massive increase in the importation of enslaved Africans. Between 1790 and 1867, when the Cuban slave trade was finally shut down, an estimated 700,000 to 1 million enslaved Africans were brought to the island, the great majority destined for the sugar plantations. Cuba became one of the last major destinations of the transatlantic slave trade, continuing to bring in enslaved people decades after other nations had stopped the practice. Cuba had natural advantages that helped its sugar industry grow. The climate was ideal with warm temperatures, enough rain, and a dry season that made harvesting easier. The soil was fertile and still relatively fresh compared to the worn-out lands of older Caribbean colonies. Cuba was also large, far bigger than any other Caribbean island, offering vast room for expansion, and it sat close to the United States, which was rapidly becoming the world's biggest sugar consumer guaranteeing a ready market. By the middle of the 1800s, Cuba had earned its nickname as the Sugar Bowl of the world. The island's sugar mills ranged from small operations to vast industrial complexes employing thousands of workers. The largest Cuban mills were among the most technologically advanced in the world, equipped with steam-powered machinery, railway systems, and the latest processing equipment. The contrast between the modernity of the machines and the brutality of the labor system, which still depended on enslaved and then coerced workers, was one of the defining contradictions of Cuban sugar. The annual sugar harvest, known in Cuba as the zafra, was the defining event of the entire island's calendar. Each year, from January through April or May, the whole agricultural labor force was mobilized. The cutting was done by hand with machetes, and the work was backbreaking and dangerous. During the zafra, the mills ran around the clock, processing cane as fast as it could be delivered. When the harvest ended, the celebrations of relief gave way to the dreaded tiempo muerto, the dead time, the long off-season when sugar workers had little employment and even less income. Cuba's dependence on sugar created a chronic vulnerability. When world sugar prices were high, the island prospered. When they fell, people suffered. The boom and bust cycle of the sugar market produced recurring crises that generated social unrest, political instability, and revolutionary energy. The vast gulf between the wealth of the sugar barons, many of them American, and the poverty of the sugar workers, many of them of African descent, fueled deep resentment. The War of 1898 brought Cuba under the effective control of the United States, and American money poured into the sugar industry. American corporations bought up vast sugar estates, merged smaller operations into enormous centralized mills, and modernized production with American technology. By the early 1900s, American-owned companies dominated Cuban sugar, and the island's crop was sold primarily to the American market under special trade deals that bound Cuba's economy tightly to its northern neighbor. Castro's revolution in 1959 brought sweeping changes. The new government took over the sugar mills and the great land holdings of the American companies and Cuban elite who had controlled them. The sugar industry was reorganized as a state enterprise, and its output was directed mainly toward the Soviet Union, which bought Cuban sugar at subsidized prices as part of its broader support for the Castro government. The collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 devastated Cuban sugar. The loss of guaranteed markets and subsidized prices exposed the industry to the full force of world competition, and production fell sharply. Mills that had run for decades were shuttered. Fields were abandoned. By the early 2000s, Cuba was producing barely 1 million tons of sugar per year, down from a historical peak of more than 8 million. The decline of Cuban sugar is one of the most dramatic economic contractions in modern history. The mill towns and sugar communities that had been the backbone of rural Cuba were hollowed out. Workers who had spent their lives in the cane fields found themselves without purpose. The physical remains of the sugar industry, the mills, the railways, the storage buildings, fell into ruin. Cuba's sugar story captures, in one national experience, the full arc of sugar's history, from colonial exploitation to industrial achievement, from slavery to revolution, from global dominance to economic collapse. The island that was once the sugar bowl of the world now imports sugar to meet its own needs. But the legacy of sugar is woven into every part of Cuban life, in the racial composition of the population, in the political culture shaped by the struggle against foreign domination, in the music and food and social patterns that grew out of the plantation, and in the landscape itself, where abandoned mills and overgrown cane fields stand as quiet monuments to the crop that built Cuba and nearly broke it. And while Cuba's story was unfolding, sugar was following its own parallel paths across Asia, paths that are often overlooked but are no less important. In the 1840s, in the rice paddies of central Java, a farmer was told that 1/5 of his land now belonged to sugar. It was not a purchase. It was not a negotiation. Under a system imposed by the Dutch colonial government, every village in Java was required to give up a portion of its farmland to growing crops chosen by the government, or else send its people to work on government plantations for a set number of days each year. The farmer had no choice. The land that had fed his family with rice would now feed the sugar mills that fed the Dutch treasury. And if the rice his family needed could no longer be grown on what was left, that was his problem, not the governor's. The story of sugar is often told as an Atlantic narrative, a tale of a commodity that traveled from the Arab world to the Caribbean, powered by European money and African labor. But this telling, while true, is incomplete. Across Asia, where sugarcane had been grown for thousands of years before Columbus ever set sail, parallel sugar industries developed under both colonial and local control, creating their own patterns of wealth, exploitation, and cultural change. India, the original homeland of crystallized sugar, maintained its ancient sugar traditions even as the center of global production shifted to the Americas. The Indian subcontinent continued to produce vast quantities of its traditional unrefined sugar, the dark, rich blocks that had been a staple of Indian cooking and culture since the earliest days of recorded history, along with partially refined crystalline sugar. These traditional products were made in thousands of small workshops and family homes across the land, using methods that had changed little over the centuries. Sugarcane was crushed in simple mills, the juice was boiled in open pans over wood fires, and the resulting mass was shaped into blocks or allowed to crystallize naturally. India's traditional sugar industry, while enormous in total volume, was fundamentally different from the plantation systems of the Caribbean. It was small-scale, spread out, and woven into the broader farming economy rather than organized as a single crop operation. Individual producers typically owned or rented small plots, grew sugarcane alongside other crops, and processed their own cane in family workshops. The arrival of British colonial rule in the 1800s and 1900s changed parts of India's sugar landscape. British policies that favored export crops over food for local consumption encouraged the expansion of sugarcane growing in certain regions. The British also brought modern refining technology, building large-scale mills that produced refined white sugar for both domestic use and export. India today remains one of the world's largest sugar producers and by far the largest producer of traditional unrefined sugar, accounting for more than half of the world's total. The side-by-side existence of modern industrial mills and traditional open-pan workshops is one of the most distinctive features of the Indian sugar landscape. Traditional unrefined sugar retains deep cultural meaning in Hindu religious life. It is offered to the gods, shared at festivals, and considered a good omen for new beginnings. In Java, the effect of the Dutch system on sugarcane production was immediate and dramatic. Output surged from roughly 7,000 tons in 1831 to more than 100,000 tons by the late 1850s, making Java one of the world's major sugar producers. But this production came at an enormous human cost. The forced labor system pulled farmers away from growing their own food, and the requirement to devote land to sugar shrank the area available for rice and other crops. The result was recurring food shortages, famines, and outbreaks of disease that devastated the population of Java during the 1840s. The profits flowing from Javanese sugar to the Dutch treasury were staggering. At the height of the system, the money extracted from Java amounted to nearly 4% of the entire Dutch economy and more than half of total Dutch government income. The wealth taken from Javanese sugar and coffee quite literally saved the Netherlands from financial ruin in the 1830s and helped pay for the modernization of the Dutch economy. It was colonial extraction on a breathtaking scale, and every bit of the human cost fell on the Javanese people. The forced system was officially ended in 1870, replaced by a new arrangement that opened Java to private European investment. The transition from forced to supposedly free labor brought some improvements, but the basic dynamics of colonial exploitation continued. The Philippines offers yet another variation on the Asian sugar theme. Sugar growing on the Philippine Islands began at scale during the Spanish colonial period, centered on the islands of Panay and Negros, where favorable climate and rich volcanic soil supported lush cane growth. The sugar estates of Negros Island became the most important sugar-producing region in the Philippines, and the wealthy landowners who controlled them became one of the most powerful groups in Philippine society. The labor system on these estates relied on migrant workers, poor people recruited from nearby islands. These workers were typically bound to the estate by a system of debt. They received a cash payment at the start of the planting season and were required to work until the debt was repaid. Since wages were kept low and charges were kept high, the debt was often carried from one season to the next, trapping workers in a cycle of bondage that could last for years. The vulnerability of the Philippine sugar industry to world market swings was devastatingly demonstrated in the 1980s. When world sugar prices collapsed in 1984, nearly 200,000 sugar workers on Negros lost their livelihoods. About 1 million workers and their family members suffered severe hardship, and the resulting crisis became known for the widespread hunger it caused. Japan's colonial sugar industry in Taiwan represents yet another layer of the Asian sugar story. After Japan took control of Taiwan in 1895, Japanese colonial authorities built a modern sugar industry on the island, bringing in advanced cane varieties, constructing efficient mills, and organizing production along industrial lines. Taiwanese sugar became an important part of Japan's own supply. The sugar histories of Asia show that the fundamental dynamics of sugar production, the combination of intensive labor, concentrated land ownership, and the extraction of wealth for distant markets, played out across every cultural and political setting. Whether the workers were Indian villagers, Javanese farmers under Dutch rule, Philippine laborers trapped in debt, or Taiwanese farmers under Japanese colonial management, the pattern was consistent. Sugar production enriched a small group at the top while impoverishing the many who actually grew and processed the crop. The Asian sugar story, so often overshadowed by the Atlantic version, is an essential part of the global history of sweetness and the human costs that came with it. And as sugar consumption grew across the world, a different kind of cost was slowly becoming apparent, one measured not in labor or land, but in the health of the human body itself. When Queen Elizabeth I smiled, foreign visitors winced. By her 50s, the Queen's teeth had rotted, fallen out, or turned black from decay, the visible price of a lifelong love of sugar that was legendary even among the sweet-toothed aristocrats of the Tudor court. Elizabeth consumed sugar in quantities that astonished the people around her, stirring it into her wine, spreading it on her bread, insisting on it in every dish her cooks prepared. A German traveler who visited the English court in 1598 specifically noted Elizabeth's black teeth and attributed them to her sugar habit. The irony was sharp. English peasants, who had no access to sugar and lived on fresh vegetables, coarse bread and dairy, actually had far better teeth than their queen. Their plain diet was ideal for keeping teeth healthy, while the sugar-laden diet of the wealthy was destroying them. The condition of Elizabeth's teeth was not unusual among the European rich. As sugar consumption spread through the upper classes, so did tooth decay, and for a brief and peculiar moment in history, blackened teeth actually became fashionable, a signal that one was wealthy enough to afford the substance that had ruined them. But the link between sugar and bad teeth, while widely noticed, was poorly understood until the 20th century. And tooth decay, it would turn out, was merely the most visible symptom of a far more dangerous relationship between sugar and the human body. The modern scientific argument over sugar's role in causing disease began in earnest in the middle of the 20th century, when rising rates of obesity, heart disease, and diabetes in the wealthy nations prompted researchers to look for dietary causes. Two competing ideas emerged. The first, put forward by an American scientist named Ancel Keys, pointed to dietary fat, particularly the kind found in animal products, as the main dietary cause of heart disease and obesity. The second, advanced by a British scientist named John Yudkin, argued that sugar was the more important culprit. Yudkin, a professor of nutrition at a London university, published his landmark book in 1972, presenting evidence linking sugar consumption to heart disease, obesity, liver problems, and several other long-term health conditions. His research was careful and his arguments were compelling, but his conclusions threatened the financial interests of both the sugar industry and the food companies that depended on sugar as a key ingredient. The reaction was swift and devastating. The sugar industry and its allies launched a sustained campaign to discredit Yudkin and bury his findings. Keys, whose theory about fat was more convenient for the sugar industry, led the public attack, ridiculing Yudkin's work and questioning his abilities. The food industry withdrew funding from Yudkin's research. Academic journals became reluctant to publish his findings. By 1970, Yudkin had been pushed into retirement, his reputation damaged and his research pushed to the margins. He died in 1995, largely forgotten by the scientific mainstream, his warnings unheeded. The most disturbing example of industry interference was revealed decades later. In 2016, researchers at a California university, analyzing hundreds of documents from the archives of the Sugar Research Foundation, discovered that the foundation had secretly paid 3 scientists at Harvard University to produce a research review in the 1960s. The results, published in one of the world's most respected medical journals in 1967, dismissed the growing evidence linking sugar to heart disease and concluded that reducing fat in the diet was the best approach. The scientists had been paid handsomely for their work by the sugar industry, and this funding was not disclosed in the published paper. The articles reviewed had been handpicked by the industry, and the conclusions perfectly matched what the industry wanted the public to hear. The consequences of this industry-funded research were profound and long-lasting. The 1967 review helped shape decades of dietary guidelines that told people to eat less fat while largely ignoring sugar. The low-fat diet became the dominant nutritional message in the United States and much of the developed world. Food manufacturers responded by removing fat from their products and replacing it with sugar to keep them tasting good. The result was a cruel paradox. As people ate less fat, they ate more sugar, and rates of obesity and diabetes rose together. The rehabilitation of Yudkin's work began in 2009 when a doctor in California delivered a lecture that became one of the most watched academic presentations in the history of the internet. He argued, as Yudkin had decades earlier, that sugar was a primary driver of the obesity crisis and a range of related diseases. His work sparked a resurgence of scientific interest in sugar's health effects, and Yudkin's book was republished with a new introduction acknowledging how right he had been all along. The scientific understanding today recognizes that too much sugar is a significant risk factor for obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, liver disease, and tooth decay. The World Health Organization has recommended that added sugars make up no more than 10% of daily calories, with a further suggestion to aim for below 5% for additional health benefits. The global diabetes crisis provides the starkest picture of sugar's impact on health. Hundreds of millions of adults worldwide now live with diabetes, and the number is projected to rise sharply in the coming decades. The vast majority of cases are the type strongly linked to obesity and diet, including too much sugar. The economic costs are enormous, running into hundreds of billions of dollars in healthcare spending each year. The story of sugar and public health is, in many ways, a cautionary tale about the power of wealthy industries to shape what people believe about the food they eat. The sugar industry's deliberate campaign to suppress evidence, to discredit honest scientists, and to steer dietary guidelines in its favor delayed the recognition of sugar's dangers by decades. The scientists who raised the alarm earliest were punished for their honesty, while those who served the industry's interests were rewarded. The health legacy of sugar is still being written. The diseases linked to too much sugar are now among the leading causes of death and disability worldwide, and their rise is fastest in the developing world, where sugar consumption is increasing as traditional diets give way to processed, sweetened foods. The substance that was once prescribed as a medicine has become, in the amounts now consumed, one of the most serious threats to human health on the planet. And behind the science and the health data, there is a quieter story, one of the political power that the sugar industry has wielded for centuries to protect its interests. In 2016, a group of conservative lawmakers in the United States proposed eliminating the special protections that shield American sugar producers from foreign competition. The sugar lobby mobilized within hours. Phone calls were made, meetings were arranged, records of political donations were reviewed. Within days, the proposal was dead. The sugar industry accounts for only about 2% of total American crop value, but it is responsible for roughly 40% of all crop lobbying spending. When the sugar industry moves to protect its interests, it moves fast, and it moves with the accumulated skill of an industry that has been wielding political power longer than the United States has existed as a nation. From the West India interest that dominated 18th century British politics to the modern American sugar lobby that shapes farm policy today, the sugar industry has exercised political influence far out of proportion to its actual size. The specific methods have changed over the centuries, from placing allies in seats of power to deploying campaign contributions and professional lobbyists, but the basic strategy has remained the same. Use political connections to protect domestic sugar producers from cheaper foreign competition, keep prices artificially high, and resist any regulation or reform that might threaten profits. The modern American sugar program is the most striking example of this power in action. The United States maintains a system of price supports, production limits, and restrictions on imports that are designed to keep domestic sugar prices well above what sugar costs on the world market. The program limits how much sugar can enter the American market and keeps prices higher than they would otherwise be, protecting American sugar growers from competition with cheaper producers elsewhere. The cost of this program to American consumers is substantial. Studies have estimated that it adds roughly $3.5 billion per year to the national grocery bill in the form of higher prices for sugar and every product that contains sugar. Critics have also pointed out that the program has pushed American food manufacturers to move their operations to countries with lower sugar prices, resulting in the loss of a large number of manufacturing jobs. For every job preserved in the American sugar industry, several have been lost in the industries that use sugar, like candy making, baking, and beverage production. The structure of American sugar politics helps explain the lobby's success. Sugar production is concentrated in a small number of states, mainly Florida, Louisiana, Minnesota, and North Dakota, and sugar's importance in those states gives their elected representatives a strong reason to fight for the program. The costs, meanwhile, are spread so thinly across the entire population of consumers that no individual person has much incentive to organize against them. This classic pattern of concentrated benefits and widely scattered costs has allowed the sugar lobby to maintain its protections for decades, largely out of public view. The political influence of sugar extends well beyond the borders of the United States. The European Union maintained its own elaborate sugar regime for decades, a system of production limits, guaranteed prices, and import restrictions that protected European beet sugar producers from competition with cheaper cane sugar from tropical countries. When this system was challenged at the World Trade Organization, The ruling went against the EU, leading to a major reform in 2006 that cut prices and reduced quotas. These changes caused real hardship for countries like Fiji and Papua New Guinea, whose economies depended on selling sugar to Europe under the old, more favorable terms. The history of sugar lobbying reveals patterns that repeat across centuries and continents. The West India interest in 18th century Britain used its wealth and connections to secure protective laws on sugar, shielding Caribbean producers at the expense of American colonists. The beet sugar cartels of 19th century Germany and Austria lobbied for taxes and subsidies that let them dump surplus sugar on world markets, undercutting tropical cane producers. An international agreement signed in Brussels in 1902, which tried to limit sugar subsidies and regulate the world market, was one of the earliest attempts at multinational trade regulation, a recognition that the sugar trade had become so tangled in politics that it needed international rules. In each case, the sugar industry's political power has been used at the expense of broader public interests. Consumers pay higher prices. Competing industries lose jobs. Developing countries are shut out of markets. Public health campaigns are undermined. The industry's resistance to sugar taxes, to clear labeling of added sugars, and to restrictions on marketing sugar to children reflects the same priorities that have driven sugar politics for hundreds of years. The relationship between the sugar industry and political power is not simply a story of backroom dealing, though it is certainly that in part. It is also a reflection of sugar's extraordinary place in human life. Sugar is not just another commodity. It is a substance that touches nearly every aspect of daily experience. Its political power comes from its ubiquity. Because sugar is everywhere, the interests affected by sugar policy are everywhere, and the ability to influence that policy gives the sugar industry a reach far beyond what its size alone would suggest. From the planters who filled the seats of George and England's Parliament to the donors who fill the campaign funds of modern American lawmakers, the political history of sugar is a history of the steady, patient, and remarkably effective use of economic power in the service of a single, sweet product. And alongside its political influence, sugar has left an equally deep mark on human culture, shaping our art, our language, and the very way we celebrate the important moments of life. In the spring of 2014, visitors to an abandoned sugar refinery in Brooklyn, New York, came face to face with a figure that stopped them in their tracks. Filling nearly the entire warehouse of the old Domino sugar factory was a massive sculpture in the shape of a sphinx, roughly 75 feet long and 35 feet tall, with distinctly African features, constructed from blocks coated in approximately 80 tons of refined white sugar. The artist, Cara Walker, had given the work a title that deliberately reached back across 6 centuries of sugar history. She called it a subtlety, the same word used for the elaborate sugar sculptures that medieval kings had commissioned for their banquets, edible monuments to their own power. Now, in a factory where sugar had been refined for more than 100 years, Walker had created her own monument, one that asked viewers to see the African bodies that had produced the sweetness the world consumed. As the sugar coating gradually broke down during the exhibition, the figures began to melt and discolor, their slow dissolution a quiet echo of how the sugar industry had consumed the lives and labor of millions. The installation sparked deep conversations about race, about history, and about the hidden costs that live inside the things we eat and drink without thinking. Walker's work drew a line from the banquet halls of 15th century Europe to a warehouse in modern Brooklyn, connecting the cultural story of sugar across 600 years. Sugar has shaped human culture as deeply as it has shaped economies and bodies. The language we speak every day carries the mark of sugar. The English word sugar traces a remarkable path that mirrors the physical journey of the substance itself. It comes from an ancient word meaning ground material or gravel because the first sugar crystals looked like fine sand. From that original word, it traveled through Persian, then Arabic, then Latin, then French, before arriving in English. Every major European language has its own version of this same ancient root. The word is a kind of fossil record of sugar's westward migration preserved in the sounds we speak. But sugar's influence on language goes far beyond its name. The connection between sweetness and good things is so deep in human speech that it appears to be almost universal. In English, we talk of sweet talk and sweet dreams. We call the people we love honey and sweetheart. We say we sugarcoat unpleasant truths. These are not recent inventions. They reflect an association between sweetness and everything desirable that was shaped during the long ages before sugar was common, when something truly sweet was genuinely rare and genuinely precious. These sweet figures of speech are not limited to English. In Arabic, terms of endearment built around sweetness are common across the Middle East. In the American South, the widespread use of honey and sugar as everyday forms of address reflects a regional culture steeped in the language of sweetness. And the opposite associations are equally telling. A bitter person is resentful. A sour mood is unpleasant. We map our taste experiences onto our emotions and our judgments of character, and sweetness always comes out on top. Sugar has been a recurring subject in literature and poetry across the centuries. The great Persian poets of the medieval period, writing in the heart of the Islamic sugar tradition, used sweetness as their primary way of describing beauty, love, and spiritual fulfillment. Shakespeare, writing in an age when sugar was shifting from exotic luxury to common commodity, filled his plays and poems with sweet imagery. The language of sweetness connects the words of ancient poets to the everyday speech of people alive today. In the visual arts, sugar has been both subject and material. The sugar subtleties of the medieval and Renaissance periods, those elaborate sculptures of castles and saints and dragons made entirely from sugar, were among the most spectacular and fleeting art forms ever created. They transformed a food product into a vehicle for political and religious meaning. These traditions continued through the centuries, producing the elaborate sugar centerpieces of grand banquets, the sugar flowers of the Victorian era, and the towering wedding cakes that remain a centerpiece of celebrations today. Sugar has shaped the way we mark the important moments of life. The birthday cake, layered with frosting and sugar, is perhaps the most universal symbol of celebration in Western culture. Wedding cakes, Easter candy, the candy of late October when children go door to door collecting sweets. Christmas puddings and cookies, the sweets shared during the Hindu Festival of Lights. Sugar-coated almonds at Italian christenings. The offering of sugar to gods and spirits in many religious traditions around the world. All of these connect sweetness to moments of joy, of change, and of sacred meaning. In Islamic culture, the tradition of sharing sweets during religious celebrations, particularly at the end of the holy month of fasting, reflects sugar's long cultural importance in the Islamic world. In Jewish tradition, the custom of dipping apples in honey at the new year symbolizes the hope for a sweet year ahead, a practice that predates the common availability of sugar, but draws on the same deep human equation between sweetness and blessing. In the Caribbean and Latin American cultures shaped by the sugar plantation, the legacy of sugar flows through cuisine, music, and national identity. The traditional drink made from fresh pressed sugarcane juice, sold by street vendors in Cuba, the dark sugar and molasses used in Caribbean cooking, the rum that is distilled from the byproducts of sugar refining, all of these reflect the way sugar permeated every aspect of life in plantation societies. The darker side of sugar's cultural legacy is equally important. The association between sugar and childhood joy, between candy and reward, between sweetness and love, has been deliberately used by the food industry to market sugar-heavy products to children. The cultural coding of sugar as a treat, a comfort, and an expression of affection makes public health efforts to reduce sugar consumption extraordinarily difficult, because they require people to rethink not just a dietary habit, but a deeply embedded cultural belief. Sugar's cultural footprint is, in the end, inseparable from its economic and political history. The sugar subtleties of medieval banquets were expressions of the same wealth and power that later built the plantation system. The sweet words of our language carry within them the echoes of a time when sugar was so precious it could serve as the ultimate symbol of everything good. And the modern rituals of celebration, the cakes and candies and sweet treats that mark our most important occasions, connect us, whether we know it or not, to a history of cultivation, trade, exploitation, and desire that stretches back thousands of years. And from the rituals of celebration, we turn now to the industry that grew up around them, the world of candy and confectionery. In 1897, a dentist in Nashville, Tennessee, built a machine that would cause cavities for the next century and beyond. William James Morrison and his partner, a confectioner named John Wharton, had invented a device that melted sugar and used forced air to push it through a fine wire screen, creating gossamer strands of spun sugar they called fairy floss. They brought the machine to a World's Fair in 1904, where they sold nearly 69,000 boxes. The fact that cotton candy was invented by a dentist, a man who knew better than almost anyone what sugar does to teeth, has been noted by virtually every historian who has ever told the story. The name cotton candy was later coined by yet another dentist who had built an improved version of the machine. It is as if the dental profession, knowing full well the consequences, simply could not resist the pull of sweetness. The history of candy is the history of sugar's transformation from a rare medicine into a universal pleasure. For centuries, sugar-based sweets were the exclusive preserve of the wealthy. The elaborate sugar sculptures of royal banquets, the coated seeds and spices of the apothecary's shop, the marzipan figures that decorated the tables of Italian and Spanish nobility, the great democratic revolution of candy, the process by which sugar confections became affordable treats available to children and adults of every background, required the coming together of industrial technology, falling sugar prices, and the ambitions of a handful of remarkable entrepreneurs. The earliest sugar confections in Europe were essentially medicinal. Apothecaries coated seeds, spices, and herbal remedies with sugar to make them easier to swallow, creating what were called comfits, the first true candies. A comfit was made by dipping a seed or nut into boiling sugar syrup again and again, building up layer after layer of candy coating. The process was slow and painstaking, and the results were expensive luxury items. The sugar plum, which appears in European stories and in the famous ballet where a fairy bears its name, was a type of comfit, a nut or seed coated in a hard shell of flavored sugar. As sugar prices fell through the 1700s and 1800s, candy making gradually moved from the apothecary's shop to the confectioner's counter. Small candy shops appeared in cities and towns across Europe, and inexpensive sweets became available to even the poorest children, creating a new market that would grow enormously over the following century. The 1800s saw the rise of the great candy companies. The combination of sugar with another tropical product, cacao, proved especially transformative. The Cadbury brothers established their chocolate business in Birmingham, England, in 1824, starting with drinking chocolate and cocoa. By 1905, the launch of their most famous milk chocolate bar created one of the most recognizable candy brands in the world. The Cadbury family, devout Quakers, brought a distinctive social conscience to their business, building a model village for their workers and speaking out against the use of forced labor in cocoa production. In the United States, Milton Hershey pursued a similar vision on a grander scale. Hershey figured out how to make milk chocolate using fresh milk from local dairy farms, and in 1900, his milk chocolate bar reached the American market. He built an entire town in rural Pennsylvania around his chocolate factory, complete with schools, parks and places for his workers and their families to enjoy. His relatively affordable chocolate became the standard American candy bar. The Mars family built another candy empire. Frank Mars introduced a bar combining chocolate and soft filling in 1923. His son, Forrest Mars, took the family business international, creating new products in England and expanding around the world. Another bar, named after the family's horse, was introduced in 1930 and became one of the best-selling candies in global history. The decades from the 1920s through the 1960s are often called the golden age of the candy bar, a time of constant invention when hundreds of new products appeared on store shelves. The German confectionery tradition contributed its own innovations. A confectioner in Bonn founded a company in 1920 and 2 years later introduced a small, chewy, fruit-flavored candy shaped like a bear. Made from a mixture of sugar, syrup, and gelatin, these little gummy bears were an entirely new kind of sweet, soft, chewy, and available in a rainbow of colors and flavors. They became one of the most popular candies in the world, and the format was eventually adapted to produce an entire zoo of gelatin-based confections, frogs and worms, and fish and rings, all descended from that original little bear. The global candy industry today generates annual revenues exceeding $200 billion, and sugar remains its essential ingredient. The industrialization of candy production has made sugar sweets available at price points that would have stunned the medieval confectioners who sold sugar by the pinch to wealthy patrons. A child today can buy, for the equivalent of a few coins, a quantity of candy that would have cost a medieval duke a meaningful sum. This democratization of sweetness has brought consequences that reach far beyond the candy industry. The ready availability of cheap candy has contributed to the patterns of habitual sugar eating that underlie the modern epidemics of obesity and diabetes. The marketing of candy to children, using bright colors, cartoon characters, and the association between sweets and happiness, has been identified by health researchers as an important factor in the development of unhealthy eating habits that can last a lifetime. The history of candy is, in miniature, the history of sugar itself. A substance that began as a rare luxury became a widespread pleasure and is now recognized as a potential danger. The candy shop on the corner, with its colorful jars of sweets, is the endpoint of a chain that stretches back through industrial factories, colonial plantations, medieval apothecary shops, and ancient Indian workshops, all the way to the first person who chewed a stalk of wild grass in a valley in New Guinea and discovered, to their delight, that it was sweet. And alongside the candy revolution, another transformation was taking place, one that would change the American diet in ways that are still being debated: the rise of a sweet syrup made not from cane or beet, but from corn. One evening in 1879, at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, a chemist named Konstantin Fahlberg sat down to dinner without washing his hands. He had been working all day with a class of chemical compounds that have nothing to do with food, and as he raised a piece of bread to his mouth, he noticed something extraordinary. His fingers tasted intensely, overwhelmingly sweet. Fahlberg rushed back to his laboratory and began systematically tasting every substance on his workbench, a habit that would alarm any modern safety officer until he found the source, a compound that turned out to be roughly 300 times sweeter than sugar by weight, with no calories whatsoever. He had stumbled upon the world's first artificial sweetener. The moment was more important than Fahlberg could have known. He had opened a door that chemists, food scientists, and business people would walk through for the next century and a half, all of them searching for the same elusive prize, sweetness without consequences. But the substance that would do the most to reshape the way Americans relate to sweetness was not an artificial sweetener at all. It was a thick, clear syrup manufactured from corn. In the early 1970s, a sweetener made from cornstarch entered the American food supply, and the consequences are still unfolding. This corn-based syrup was not a natural product harvested from fields. It was an industrial creation manufactured in processing plants through a series of chemical reactions that converted the starch in corn into a sweet syrup. A company first brought it to market in the early 70s, and by the late 70s, an improved version had been developed that closely matched the sweetness of regular sugar. The economic forces that drove the adoption of this new sweetener were powerful and interconnected. The American sugar program kept the domestic price of sugar well above what it cost on the world market. At the same time, government subsidies for corn farmers made corn one of the cheapest crops in the country. A sweetener made from heavily subsidized corn, competing against artificially expensive domestic sugar, had an enormous cost advantage that was impossible for the food industry to ignore. The switch happened quickly and completely. Major soft drink companies shifted from sugar to the corn-based syrup in the early 1980s, and the new sweetener rapidly replaced sugar in countless other processed foods as well. Bread, cereal, ketchup, salad dressing, yogurt, and virtually anything manufactured that needed to taste sweet. By the early 2000s, this corn-based syrup accounted for roughly 40% of all the sweeteners used in the United States, and the average American was consuming about 60 pounds of it per year, up from essentially zero just 3 decades earlier. The health implications have been intensely debated. Critics argue that the body processes this type of sweetener differently from regular sugar, and that heavy consumption contributes to liver problems, resistance to the hormone that controls blood sugar, and obesity. Supporters counter that it is chemically very similar to regular sugar. The scientific community has not fully settled the question, though there is broad agreement that consuming too much of any added sweetener is harmful to health. It is worth noting that this is a distinctly American phenomenon. Outside the United States, regular sugar from cane or beet remains the dominant sweetener. The American preference for corn-based sweetener is a direct product of American farm policy. The specific combination of sugar price supports and corn subsidies exists nowhere else on Earth. The search for sweetness without calories produced its own remarkable history, one characterized by a surprising number of accidental discoveries. The discovery of another widely used artificial sweetener followed a pattern strikingly similar to the original one. In 1965, a chemist working for a drug company was developing a medication for stomach ulcers when he accidentally spilled a compound on his hand. When he later licked his finger to pick up a piece of paper, he tasted intense sweetness. The compound, roughly 200 times sweeter than sugar, eventually received government approval in 1981 and quickly became the most popular artificial sweetener in the world, showing up in diet drinks, tabletop sweeteners, and thousands of processed foods. Another popular sweetener was discovered in 1976 at a London university during a research project funded by a sugar company. It is made by chemically altering regular sugar, replacing parts of the molecule to create a substance roughly 600 times sweeter that passes through the body without being absorbed. It was approved for use in the United States in 1998. The most recent significant addition to the sweetener landscape is a plant-based sweetener that represents an exception to the pattern of laboratory accidents. The plant from which it comes is native to South America, and its leaves have been used by indigenous peoples in Paraguay and Brazil for centuries. The sweet compounds in the leaves are 200 to 300 times sweeter than sugar and contain no calories. It was approved for use in the United States in 2008 and has since become one of the fastest-growing segments of the sweetener market. The multiplication of sugar alternatives reflects a fundamental tension in human life. The desire for sweetness is deep, ancient, and apparently impossible to shake. But the consequences of satisfying that desire with calorie-rich sweeteners are becoming harder and harder to ignore. Each alternative brings its own trade-offs. Artificial sweeteners carry lingering consumer worries about safety. The corn-based syrup has been linked to metabolic problems. Plant-based alternatives have aftertaste issues that many people find off-putting, and none of them can fully match the unique combination of sweetness, texture, browning, and preservation that make real sugar so useful in cooking and food production. The age of alternatives has not reduced humanity's appetite for sweetness. Global sugar production continues to climb, reaching roughly 180 million tons per year. The total volume of sweeteners consumed worldwide, including sugar and all its alternatives, is higher than it has ever been. The human craving for sweetness, shaped by millions of years of evolution in forests where ripe fruit meant rare concentrated energy, has proved impossible to outgrow. The technologies change, the molecules change, but the desire stays the same. And alongside its effects on human health and the human palate, sugar has left another legacy that is only now receiving the attention it deserves: its effects on the natural world. On a calm evening in the farmlands of South Florida, the sky turns orange. Hundreds of thousands of acres of sugarcane are burning. The fields deliberately set alight for months of the year to strip the leaves and make harvesting easier. The smoke drifts eastward, carrying fine particles and chemicals over the communities downwind. When the wind shifts toward the wealthier coastal towns, stricter limits on burning are applied. When it blows toward the poorer communities inland, the burning continues. The children growing up in those communities breathe air that their neighbors along the coast do not, and the rates of breathing illness and other health problems in these areas tell a story that the sugar industry has spent decades trying to avoid. The Florida Everglades, once a vast, slow-flowing sheet of water and grass stretching from Lake Okeechobee south to the coast, has been carved up, drained, and polluted to make room for nearly 500,000 acres of sugarcane. It is one of the most vivid examples of the environmental cost of sugar, but it is far from the only one. The environmental destruction caused by sugar cultivation over 5 centuries is one of the great ecological disasters of human history, comparable in scale to the clearing of the great grasslands of North America or the ancient deforestation of the lands around the Mediterranean Sea. The clearing of the Caribbean islands was among the earliest and most complete ecological transformations caused by sugar. Before European colonization, most Caribbean islands were covered in dense tropical forest, supporting rich communities of plant and animal life that had evolved in isolation over millions of years. The sugar revolution of the 1600s stripped these islands bare. Forests were cut down to make way for cane fields. The timber was burned to fuel the boiling houses. Today, less than 10% of the original forest cover remains on most Caribbean islands. The birds, the insects, the reptiles, the native plants, all were pushed aside for row upon row of sugarcane. The impact on Brazil was even greater in absolute terms. The Brazilian sugar industry was built on the destruction of the Atlantic forest, one of the most varied ecosystems on the planet. This great forest originally stretched along the entire eastern coast of Brazil, covering more than 1 million square kilometers. The expansion of sugarcane farming, beginning in the 1500s and accelerating through the 20th century, has reduced this forest to roughly 13% of its original size. What remains is scattered in fragments, islands of green in a sea of farmland, carrying within them the last remnants of species found nowhere else on Earth. Sugarcane is a demanding crop. It requires large amounts of water, draining the soil and straining water supplies. The traditional practice of burning cane fields before harvest damages the soil by destroying the organic matter and the tiny organisms that keep it healthy. The burned fields are also a significant source of air pollution, sending smoke and fine particles into the atmosphere. The situation in the Florida Everglades is particularly harmful. Farm runoff from sugarcane is the largest single source of a certain type of nutrient pollution flowing into the Everglades. This extra nutrient promotes the growth of invasive plants that crowd out the native grasses and tiny organisms that form the foundation of the whole Everglades ecosystem. The natural flow of water through the Everglades has been disrupted by canals and levees built to serve the sugar farms, and the once vast river of grass has been reduced to a fraction of its former extent. The sugar industry in Florida also contributes significantly to the release of gases that warm the atmosphere. The organic soils of the Everglades farming area, which built up over thousands of years as waterlogged vegetation, break down and release their stored carbon when they are drained for farming. The amount released each year is equivalent to the exhaust from more than 1 million cars. Despite the severity of these environmental impacts, the Florida sugar industry has consistently avoided bearing the full cost of cleaning up the damage. A massive federal and state restoration effort has been underway for decades, but the sugar industry has successfully lobbied to minimize its financial contribution. Florida taxpayers bear the majority of the cleanup costs, subsidizing the environmental damage caused by sugar production. The environmental effects of sugar reach well beyond the Americas. In Australia, runoff from sugarcane farms along the Queensland coast contributes to pollution of the Great Barrier Reef, one of the most important marine ecosystems in the world. In Southeast Asia, the expansion of sugarcane farming has contributed to the clearing of forests in Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines. In parts of Africa, new sugar plantations have pushed into wetlands, forests, and grasslands. The amount of water needed to produce sugar is enormous. Growing and processing a single kilogram of refined sugar requires roughly 1,500 to 2,000 liters of water when you count the full production cycle from field to factory. In areas where water is scarce, the demands of sugarcane irrigation compete with other needs and can contribute to the depletion of underground water supplies. The wastewater from sugar mills, which carries high concentrations of organic matter and chemical residues, is a significant source of water pollution when it is not properly treated. Modern efforts to make sugar production more environmentally responsible have met with mixed results. Certification programs have been established to encourage better practices. Some producers have adopted harvest methods that eliminate the pre-harvest burning, and improvements in watering technology have reduced water use in some regions. Brazil's program of turning sugarcane into fuel for cars has been promoted as a greener alternative, though the benefits are debated, particularly when fuel production drives the planting of sugarcane on new land. The basic challenge of sustainable sugar production is that sugarcane is inherently a thirsty, land-hungry crop. It needs warmth, water, and good soil, conditions found mainly in the world's tropical and subtropical regions, which are also home to the planet's richest and most threatened natural environments. Almost any expansion of sugarcane farming into new areas comes at the expense of forests, wetlands, and the living things that depend on them. The ecological story of sugar is, in many ways, a small-scale version of the broader environmental crisis facing the modern world. The conversion of diverse natural landscapes into single-crop industrial farms for the production of one product follows the same logic of extraction and short-term profit that has driven environmental damage across the globe. The sweetness that pleases the tongue comes at a cost that is measured not only in human suffering, but in the health of the natural systems on which all life, including our own, ultimately depends. And the story of sugar's impact does not end with the land and water. We turn now to the continent that paid perhaps the heaviest price of all in the sugar story, the continent of Africa. In 1860, the first ship carrying Indian workers under contract docked at the port of Durban on the southeastern coast of South Africa. The men and women aboard had been recruited from villages in India to work on the sugar plantations of the Natal region, where a colonial sugar industry was taking root in the subtropical coastal lowlands. One of the later arrivals on these shores, decades after those first workers, was a young Indian lawyer named Mohandas Gandhi, who came to Natal in 1893 and found his political awakening in the discrimination faced by Indian sugar workers and their descendants. Gandhi's first acts of peaceful resistance were shaped by the sugar fields of Natal and the methods he developed there, methods that would later help free India itself, were forged in a landscape carved by sugarcane. It is one of the quiet but remarkable connections that sugar's history offers, a thread linking the cane fields of South Africa to the independence of an entire nation. Africa's relationship with sugar is among the most complex and painful of any continents. Africa was simultaneously the source of the labor that built the global sugar industry, one of the most devastated victims of the sugar-driven slave trade, a relatively late developer of its own large-scale sugar production, and today a growing but still minor player in the world sugar market. These different roles do not sit easily together, and they give Africa's sugar story a weight and a sadness that is hard to set aside. Sugarcane arrived in East Africa through the Indian Ocean trade routes that connected the continent to the Arab world and South Asia. Arab merchants and settlers brought sugarcane farming to the Swahili coast, the chain of trading cities stretching from modern Somalia to Mozambique, probably by the 10th or 11th century. Sugar was also grown in Egypt, which was one of the most important sugar-producing regions in the medieval Islamic world. But sugarcane growing on the African continent itself remained limited in scope. For most of African history, honey was the primary sweetener. Wild honey was gathered across the continent, and in many regions, beekeeping was a skilled practice with deep cultural roots. The honey wines of Ethiopia represent one of the oldest and most distinctive traditions of sweetened drink in the world. The honey-gathering practices of certain peoples in East Africa, who have been following wild bees to their hives for countless generations, are among the oldest continuous food-collecting traditions on the planet, echoing the cliffside paintings of ancient honey hunters that we met at the very beginning of our journey. The deepest and most devastating connection between Africa and sugar was, of course, the transatlantic slave trade. For nearly 400 years, millions of Africans were torn from their homes and carried across the ocean to produce sugar in the Americas. Africa's role in the global sugar economy was, for most of the modern period, that of the victim. The continent supplied the labor, but received almost none of the wealth that sugar created. It is a wound that has never fully healed. Large-scale sugar production within Africa itself is a relatively recent development. In 1848, a settler planted the first commercial sugarcane in Natal, along the coast of what is now KwaZulu-Natal province. The climate proved well-suited, and the industry grew. But the labor problem that faced Natal's sugar planters was the same one that had driven the sugar industry for centuries. Local African communities had their own farming traditions and showed limited willingness to work on European-owned plantations for the wages being offered. Over the following decades, tens of thousands of Indian workers were brought to Natal under the contract labor system, creating the large Indian-descended community that remains a distinctive part of KwaZulu-Natal's population to this day. The South African sugar industry expanded steadily through the late 1800s and 1900s. Mills were built along the Natal coast, production grew, and today the South African sugar industry provides tens of thousands of direct jobs and hundreds of thousands of indirect ones. It is one of the more established sugar industries on the African continent. Sugar production developed in other parts of colonial Africa as well, though generally on a smaller scale. In Mozambique, sugar plantations were established mainly in river valleys and southern lowlands. The Mozambican sugar industry was badly damaged by the country's long civil war, but has recovered strongly since peace was restored. In East Africa, sugar industries were established in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania under British colonial rule. The most significant new sugar industry in Africa in recent decades has been in the region around Sudan, where vast areas of irrigated land along the Nile have been developed for sugarcane. One of the largest sugar factories in the world was established there in the 1970s with investment from the Arab world. The challenges facing African sugar production are substantial. Many African sugar industries are small and technologically behind compared to the giants in Brazil, India, and Thailand. Poor roads and limited infrastructure raise the costs of production and transportation. Political instability and conflict have disrupted production in several countries, and African producers face intense competition from subsidized sugar producers in Europe and the Americas who can sell their sugar at prices that African farmers cannot match. The impact of global trade policies on African sugar has been particularly damaging. For decades, the European Union maintained a protected market for European beet sugar while limiting African access. When the EU reformed its sugar regime, it reduced the favorable prices that had been paid to African and Caribbean suppliers, severely hurting countries like Mozambique, Eswatini, and Mauritius, whose sugar industries had been built on the expectation of those favorable terms. Despite these difficulties, sugar production in Africa has been growing, driven by rising domestic demand as populations increase, cities grow, and diets shift toward more sugar-heavy foods. Parts of Africa are among the fastest-growing sugar markets in the world, and several countries are investing in expanding their industries. International investors from India and Brazil have put money into African sugar, drawn by the availability of land, water, and labor. The story of sugar in Africa is, above all, a story of paradox. The continent that supplied the labor that built the global sugar industry has been among the least successful in building its own sugar production. The countries most devastated by the slave trade now struggle to compete in the very industry that caused their devastation. The shadow of colonialism continues to shape the economic conditions under which African sugar producers must operate. Africa's sugar history is inseparable from the history of exploitation, and the challenge of building a sugar industry that benefits Africans rather than extracting value from them remains one of the great economic questions facing the continent. And from Africa, we move now to look at the global sugar industry as it exists today, a vast and complex system that would be recognizable in its fundamental dynamics to a 17th-century planter. In the sugarcane fields of São Paulo state, Brazil, a harvesting machine the size of a small building rolls through the cane at a walking pace, cutting, stripping, and chopping stalks that a generation ago would have required dozens of workers swinging machetes in the tropical heat. The machine feeds the cane into trucks that carry it to a mill where computers monitor every stage of processing. At the end of the line, the mill's operators face a decision that no sugar producer in all of history has ever confronted before. How much of today's cane should become sugar and how much should become fuel for cars? A glance at a screen showing commodity prices will tell them. If sugar is trading high on the world market, the mill makes more sugar. If oil prices are up and fuel is more profitable, the mill pivots to producing fuel instead. This is the modern sugar industry of 21st century Brazil, and it produces more sugar than any country on earth. The global sugar industry today produces roughly 188 million metric tons of sugar per year from operations on every inhabited continent. It employs tens of millions of people, generates billions of dollars in trade, and remains one of the most politically sensitive and economically important agricultural sectors in the world. Brazil dominates as no country has since the height of Caribbean sugar in the 1700s. Brazilian sugar production reaches roughly 45 million metric tons per year. India follows with about 35 million tons, then China with roughly 12 million, and Thailand with about 10 million. Sugarcane accounts for approximately 80% of global sugar production, with sugar beets providing the remaining 20%, grown primarily in the European Union, Russia, and the United States. What makes the Brazilian sugar industry unique is its deep connection to the fuel sector. Roughly 45% of Brazil's sugarcane harvest is processed not into sugar, but into a fuel that can power cars and trucks. Brazil and the United States together produce about 80% of the world's supply of this plant-based fuel. The ability of Brazilian mills to switch between sugar and fuel production depending on market conditions gives them a flexibility that no other sugar industry in the world possesses. The economics of the global sugar trade are shaped by a tangled web of subsidies, taxes, quotas, and trade agreements that make sugar one of the most politically managed products on the planet. The United States maintains its sugar program with price supports and import limits. The European Union continues to support its beet sugar industry. India subsidizes its sugar mills and regularly steps in to manage the market. These interventions distort the world's sugar market, creating artificial price signals and putting efficient producers in poorer countries at a disadvantage. World sugar prices are notoriously unpredictable. Sugar is traded on commodity exchanges in New York and London, and the price of raw sugar has swung from historic lows to sharp peaks within short periods. This volatility makes sugar a risky business for everyone involved, from the small farmer in India to the multinational trading company in London. The geography of sugar consumption has shifted significantly. In wealthy countries, the amount of sugar each person eats has leveled off or started to decline since the early 2000s, driven by health campaigns, sugar taxes, and growing consumer awareness. But this decline in the rich world has been more than made up for by rising consumption in middle-income and developing countries, where the spread of cities, rising incomes, and the arrival of processed Western-style foods are driving up sugar eating in what nutritionists call the nutrition transition. Asia is now the largest and fastest-growing sugar market in the world. India alone consumes roughly 27 million tons of sugar per year, and rising incomes in China, Indonesia, and other Asian countries are pushing demand higher. Africa is another region of rapidly growing consumption. The global sugar market is being reshaped by a fundamental geographic shift away from the saturated markets of the wealthy West and toward the expanding markets of the developing world. The consolidation of the sugar industry has accelerated. A small number of large multinational companies now control a significant share of global sugar production, refining, and trade. These companies operate across multiple countries and manage the entire chain from field to consumer. The working conditions in the modern sugar industry vary enormously. In Brazil, machines have dramatically reduced the need for field labor, but concerns remain about the treatment of the remaining manual workers. In India, the sugar industry supports millions of small-scale farmers, but many are caught in cycles of debt and dependence on local mills. In parts of Africa and Southeast Asia, exploitation of workers, including children, remains a serious problem. Technology is changing the industry in fundamental ways. Precision farming, using satellite images, drones, and data analysis, is making sugarcane growing more efficient. Genetic research is creating new varieties that produce more sugar, resist disease better, and handle changing weather conditions. Mechanical harvesting is replacing hand labor in a growing share of production. Modern mills achieve levels of efficiency that would have seemed impossible even a generation ago. The sugar industry of the 21st century faces a paradox. Global demand keeps rising, but the health costs of too much sugar are becoming clearer and politically harder to ignore. Governments are stepping in to reduce consumption through taxes, labeling rules, and advertising restrictions, even as the industry works to protect and expand its markets. The global sugar trade remains, as it has been for centuries, a mirror of the world's economic and political inequalities. The countries that produce sugar most efficiently are often blocked from selling to the wealthiest consumers by trade barriers. The workers who grow and harvest the cane remain among the poorest in the global economy. The modern sugar industry is vastly more productive and technologically advanced than its colonial ancestors, but the basic pattern, the extraction of sweetness from land and labor for the benefit of distant consumers, would be recognizable to a planter from 300 years ago. And beyond the economics and the trade, sugar has left a quieter but perhaps even deeper mark, one written in the identities of nations and the cultures of peoples around the world. Walk into any rum shop on any Caribbean island, and you will find a world that's sugar-built. The rum in the glass was distilled from molasses, the dark byproduct of sugar refining. The person behind the counter is likely descended from enslaved Africans who were brought to the island to cut cane. The music playing on the radio, whether reggae, calypso, soca, or something else entirely, traces its roots to the songs that enslaved people sang in the fields and the quarters. The language spoken may be a Creole, a new language forged from the meeting of African tongues and the European language of whichever colonial power happened to claim the island. Even the building itself may sit on land that was once part of a sugar plantation. The rum shop is a social gathering place as central to Caribbean life as the pub is to England or the cafe to France, a place where bonds are made and kept and stories are told, and every element of it, from the drink, to the people, to the music, to the language, was shaped by sugar. Sugar did not merely shape economies and ecosystems. It shaped peoples. The plantation system brought together, by force, people from 3 continents, Europeans, Africans, and the native peoples of the Americas, and later added people from Asia in combinations that produced entirely new societies, cultures, and identities. The nations of the Caribbean, the coastal regions of Brazil, the sugar districts of the Indian Ocean, and the plantation zones of the Pacific all bear the deep and lasting imprint of sugar on their populations, their cultures, their food, and their collective sense of who they are. The Caribbean is the place where sugar's power to shape nations is most vividly apparent. Every major Caribbean island has a population whose makeup was determined by the labor needs of the sugar plantation. The African-descended majority populations of Jamaica, Barbados, Haiti, Trinidad, and others are the descendants of the millions of enslaved Africans brought to produce sugar. The Indian-descended populations of Trinidad, Guyana, and Suriname trace their origins to the contract workers who replaced the enslaved after emancipation. Even the European-descended populations owe their presence to the sugar economy. The cultural traditions that emerged from the Caribbean plantation experience are among the most vibrant and influential in the world. The music of the Caribbean, from Jamaican reggae to Cuban salsa, from Trinidadian calypso to Haitian rhythms, has roots in the creative spirit of enslaved people who blended African musical traditions with European and native influences to create something entirely new. The annual carnival celebrations that transform Caribbean cities into spectacles of music, dance, costume, and joy evolved from the celebrations that marked the end of the sugar harvest, precious moments of release in the otherwise grinding rhythm of plantation life. Caribbean cuisine bears the mark of sugar in countless ways. The use of dark sugar and molasses in cooking, the sweetened drinks made from fresh-pressed cane juice, the rum that is distilled from sugar's byproducts, all of these reflect the way sugar permeated daily life on the plantation islands. Brazil's national identity has been deeply shaped by sugar as well. The mixing of races and cultures that defines Brazilian society, the blending of Portuguese, African, and native traditions, had its origins on the sugar plantations of the Northeast, where people from 3 continents lived in close proximity, however unequal their positions. The African-Brazilian cultural traditions now recognized as central to Brazil's identity, including samba, the martial art of capoeira, the spiritual traditions of African origin, and the great festival of Carnival, all have roots in the African cultural heritage that was preserved and transformed on the sugar plantations. The sugar regions of the Indian Ocean carry these same marks. Mauritius has a population that is a direct product of sugar descended from French colonists, enslaved Africans, and Indian contract workers. In Fiji, the Indian community brought by the British to work on sugar plantations now makes up roughly a third of the national population, and the tensions between indigenous Fijians and Indian-descended Fijians have been a defining feature of the country's political life since independence. The growing debate about reparations in our own time is, at its heart, a conversation about sugar. When Caribbean nations call for payment and recognition from the former colonial powers, they are demanding acknowledgement of the wealth that was extracted through the sugar slavery system. Detailed studies have been produced arguing that the underdevelopment of the Caribbean today is a direct consequence of centuries of colonial sugar extraction. The sugar that sweetened the tea of London and Paris was produced at a cost that was never repaid. Sugar heritage tourism has become an important economic activity in several former sugar-producing regions. Historic plantation houses in Barbados, Jamaica, and Martinique have been converted into museums that tell the story of sugar production and the lives of those who were enslaved. The ruins of old sugar mills dot the Caribbean landscape, standing as physical reminders of the industry that created the modern Caribbean. The literary tradition of the Caribbean has engaged deeply with the sugar plantation as well. Writers from across the region have explored the plantation experience as a central theme, understanding it not just as a historical setting, but as a metaphor for the power relations and traumas that continue to shape Caribbean societies. The idea of the plantation society, developed by Caribbean scholars, describes the distinctive social structure that sugar created: rigid racial hierarchies, extreme inequality, dependence on export crops, and a cultural life shaped by the meeting of colonizer and colonized. These features, established hundreds of years ago, have proved remarkably durable. Sugar's power to shape nations extends beyond the tropics. Sugar consumption transformed British society, creating the tea and sugar ritual that became a defining feature of working-class life. In the United States, sugar production in Louisiana shaped the distinctive culture of the Bayou Country, while the sugar trade helped build the financial systems of New York and the port economies of the Atlantic coast. In India, the traditional sugar workshops and cane fields of certain regions are cultural landscapes as distinctive as any in the country. The history of sugar is, in a fundamental sense, the history of the modern world. The peoples, cultures, and nations that sugar created are not footnotes or side effects of economic history. They are the living fabric of human civilization, shaped by the same forces of desire, exploitation, resistance, and creativity that have driven human development across the ages. The sweetness that connects these diverse stories is not merely a flavor. It is a force that has reshaped the human world in ways that are still being discovered, still being debated, and still being felt. And as we near the end of our long journey through the history of sugar, we look ahead to what the future may hold for this most ancient and most consequential of human cravings. In January of 2014, the government of Mexico did something that no sugar-producing nation had ever done before. It placed a tax on sugary drinks, the most widely consumed source of added sugar in the Mexican diet. The results were watched closely by governments around the world. Within 2 years, purchases of the taxed drinks had fallen by nearly 8%, and researchers estimated that the tax prevented nearly 200,000 cases of diabetes over the following decade. More than 40 countries have since followed Mexico's lead, imposing their own taxes on sugary products in various forms. Britain took a different approach, taxing drinks at higher rates depending on how much sugar they contained, which had the effect of persuading manufacturers to reformulate their products with less sugar. The message was clear. For the first time in sugar's long history, governments were actively trying to reduce the consumption of a substance that had once been more precious than gold. The future of sugar is being shaped by forces that would have been unimaginable to the people who first chewed wild cane in the valleys of New Guinea. Scientific tools that can edit the very genes of sugarcane. A changing climate, that threatens the lands where sugar grows best, public health campaigns working to reduce consumption, and a slow but growing shift in how people around the world think about sweetness itself. All of these forces are converging to create a moment of profound uncertainty for the world's most consequential crop. Climate change poses the most immediate challenge. Sugarcane is a tropical plant that needs warmth, water, and predictable seasons, all of which are being disrupted. Research suggests that sugarcane harvests may swing dramatically, up or down by as much as 20 to 40% under scenarios of a warming world, with the effects growing more severe after the middle of this century. Extreme weather, a long flood, or a severe drought can devastate an entire season's crop. The countries most dependent on sugar production are among the most exposed to these changes. Brazil, India, and Thailand are all seeing increased variability in their rainfall patterns and rising temperatures. In some regions, including parts of northeastern Brazil and southern India, projections suggest that growing sugarcane may become impractical within a few decades without significant changes to farming methods. The science of genetics offers one possible path forward. Researchers are using precise gene editing tools to develop sugarcane varieties that can better tolerate drought, resist pests, and convert sunlight into sugar more efficiently. Some scientists have engineered sugarcane that produces useful oils in its leaves and stems alongside sugar, creating a plant that could serve multiple purposes and be far more profitable per acre. Others have developed varieties that produce more total plant material for use as fuel while still yielding sugar from the same fields. These advances suggest a future in which the sugarcane plant is not just a source of sweetness, but a kind of living factory, producing multiple valuable products from a single crop. The World Health Organization has grown increasingly vocal in its recommendations that people eat less sugar, advising that added sugars should make up no more than 10% of daily calories, with an even stronger recommendation to aim for below 5%. If these guidelines were widely adopted and followed, they would represent a fundamental shift in the global food system. Consumer attitudes toward sugar are undergoing a generational change, at least in the wealthier nations. The amount of sugar each person eats in the United States, which peaked in the late 1990s, has been declining. Similar trends are appearing in Britain, Australia, and other wealthy countries. But this decline in the rich world is more than compensated by rising consumption in the developing world, where the spread of cities, rising incomes, and the availability of processed Western-style foods are pushing sugar consumption rapidly upward. The global obesity crisis, which has seen worldwide obesity rates triple since 1975, is increasingly concentrated in middle-income countries going through this transition. The sugar industry is responding with a mixture of adaptation and resistance. Some companies are diversifying into non-sugar products, fuels, and new technologies. Others are investing in marketing that presents sugar as a natural, wholesome product. The industry continues to lobby against sugar taxes and health labeling requirements, using the same playbook it has used for decades. The future of sugar will also be shaped by the ongoing reckoning with its past. The reparations movement, the growth of sugar heritage tourism, the academic study of plantation societies, and growing public awareness of sugar's role in slavery and colonialism are creating a new context in which sugar is understood not merely as a product on a shelf, but as a substance with a moral history that demands acknowledgement. Looking further into the future, some researchers imagine a world in which sweetness is produced not by farming at all, but by engineered microscopic organisms growing in sealed containers, making sugar molecules without any need for farmland, water, or labor. While such technology is still in its early stages, rapid advances in biology suggest it may become practical within a generation. If it does, it would be the most fundamental transformation of the sugar industry since that first moment of crystallization in ancient India. But whatever technologies emerge, the human desire for sweetness will endure. It is written in our biology, shaped by millions of years of evolution. The craving that led our distant ancestors to seek out ripe fruit in the forest canopy is the same craving that led the first New Guinea farmers to select sweeter canes. It is the same craving that drove medieval kings to commission sugar sculptures for their banquets, that powered the terrible engine of the transatlantic slave trade, that sweetens the tea of an office worker in London and the fresh-pressed cane juice of a street vendor in Havana. And so we have come to the end of our long journey through the story of sugar. We began 10,000 years ago with a figure climbing a cliff face in Spain, risking everything for a taste of wild honey. We traveled to the valleys of New Guinea, where patient farmers noticed that some grasses were sweeter than others, and began the slow work of selection that would, over thousands of years, produce the sugarcane we know today. We watched as Indian craftspeople learned to coax crystals from cane juice, creating a substance so portable and so concentrated that it would reshape the world. We followed sugar westward with the armies of Islam, through Persia and Egypt and across the Mediterranean. We tasted it with the Crusaders, who called it sweet salt and carried the craving for it back to a continent that would never be the same. We saw it sold in the apothecary shops of medieval Europe, displayed as sugar sculptures at royal feasts and traded by Venetian merchants at enormous profit. We watched Portuguese settlers burn the forests of Madeira and plant sugarcane in the ashes, inventing the plantation model that would be carried across the Atlantic. We sailed with Columbus, who brought sugarcane cuttings to the Caribbean, and we watched as tiny islands were stripped of their forests and planted with cane from shore to shore. We stood in the fields of Brazil and the boiling houses of Jamaica, and we did not look away from the suffering of the millions of enslaved Africans whose labor produced the sweetness that Europe craved. We followed the resistance of the enslaved, from the maroon communities in the mountains of Jamaica to the fires that consumed the cane fields of St. Domingue, the revolution that created Haiti and reshaped the map of the Americas. We watched as sugar transformed Britain, becoming the fuel of the Industrial Revolution, stirred into the tea of factory workers who were themselves being consumed by a new kind of machine. We heard the voices of the abolitionists who organized the world's first consumer boycott, and we saw Napoleon's blockade accidentally create an entire industry from a humble root vegetable. We met the indentured workers of India and China and the Pacific who replaced the enslaved on the plantations, and we watched as machines transformed the ancient craft of sugar making into a modern global industry. We traveled to Cuba, where sugar built a nation and nearly destroyed it. We looked across Asia, where sugar's older, quieter histories unfolded in parallel with the Atlantic story. We traced the slow discovery of sugar's harm to the human body, and we uncovered the industry's deliberate campaign to hide the truth. We examined the political power of the sugar lobby, the cultural legacy of sweetness in our art and language, and the environmental costs of 5 centuries of sugar cultivation. And now, at the end of it all, what remains is the simplest thing of all: the desire for something sweet, a desire as old as humanity itself, shared by every culture, every civilization, every person who has ever lived. It is a desire that built empires and destroyed ecosystems, that enslaved millions and enriched others beyond measure, that shaped the map of the modern world and continues to shape the bodies and the health of billions of people alive today. The next time you reach for a spoonful of sugar, or stir it into a cup of tea, or bite into something sweet, you might pause for just a moment and think of all the hands that touched it along the way. The ancient farmer in New Guinea who first noticed a sweeter stalk, the Indian craftsperson who first coaxed crystals from juice, the Arab confectioner who first shaped sugar into art, the enslaved worker who cut the cane under a burning sun, the abolitionist who refused to eat what slavery had produced, the scientist who tried to warn us of the harm, and the industry that tried to silence him, the child in a candy shop reaching for something bright and sweet. All of them are part of this story. All of them are connected by the thin, crystalline thread of sugar. Thank you for traveling with me through this long and winding history. I hope you found it as quietly remarkable as I did. And now, if your eyes are feeling heavy, if the day's thoughts are beginning to soften and blur, let them. You have earned your rest. The story of sugar will be here whenever you want to return to it. But for now, there is nothing more you need to do. Close your eyes if you like, settle in wherever you are, and let the warmth of a good story carry you gently off to sleep. Good night and rest well.